Yellow Emperor asked. There are normal transformations and abnormal changes of 6 phases of qi: predomination, anti-predomination, excess and regulation of earthly qi, as well as the sequential transformation of the sweet, bitter, pungent, salty, sour and bland flavors, which I know already. The transformation of 5 phases will comply with the 5 elements: reverse heaven, governing qi, with heavenly qi but reverse earthly qi, and with earthly qi but reverse heavenly qi. Also, the 2 qi will or will not harmonize each other. I do not have a clear picture about this. I am eager to know the laws of heavenly qi and earthly qi, in order to harmonize the phasing, regulate the transformation, coordinate the upper and the lower without destroying the rules, and make heavenly qi ascend and earthly qi descend without losing their timing, and 5 phasing rotate with no deviation. How to prepare the 5 flavors and how to comply with and reverse the phasing and qi changes. Kaipo kowtowed and bowed again to say, "What a good question you have asked. This is the law of the heavens and the earth and the source of the changes in nature, and nobody but the Saint Emperor can study such a profound theory. Though I am not so intelligent, please allow me to explain it in order to make it last forever without any change. Emperor, I hope that you the master can analyze and infer it, follow the categories and orders about heavenly stems or earthly branches and the portion of heaven, governing qi or earth, governing qi, differentiate the phases of various qi, define the normal heaven, governing qi and earth, governing qi, discover the changes of the qi, and clarify the normal conditions. Can I listen to it?" Kaipo, firstly, the year record should be established according to heavenly stems and earthly branches, in order to confirm the phases of metal, wood, water, fire and earth with their rotation rule, as well as the cold, summer, heat, dry, damp, wind and fire when governing the heavens and the earth. Then, the natural changes can be recognized, by which people can regulate their health status and balance their yin and yang. Thus, the rules of climate change are easily understood and the rules of qi phases can be inferred. Please allow me to explain it. Emperor, what is the year outline in the domination of Taiyang? Kaipo, it is in the year with record of the Wu Th and Shi Th. In the year with record of the 9th Wu Th and 9th Shi Th, its features are heaven, governing qi by Taiyang, cold, water, the guest year phase of wood as greater Ju, and earth, governing qi by Taiying, damp, earth. It is the phase of wind. As for its normal climate, noisy breeze blows over the living things. As for its abnormal change, a gale blows down the trees and rips off the roof. As for its disorder, it will lead to vertigo, tremor, and blurred vision. Its guest phases in order are greater Ju, lesser Ji, greater Gong, and lesser Sheng, terminating in greater Yu, while the host phases are the same as the guest phases. In the year with record of the 5th Wu Th and 5th Shi Th, its features are heaven, governing qi by Taiyang, cold, water, the guest year phase of fire as Taiy's Huang, and earth, governing qi by Taiying, damp, earth. It is the phase of heat. Its normal transformation is summer, warmth and stagnated heat. Its abnormal change is flaming fire, and the disease is stagnation of heat evil. Its guest phases in order are greater Ji, lesser Gong, greater Sheng, lesser Yu and greater Ju, while its host phases in order are lesser Ju, greater Ji, lesser Gong, greater Sheng and the final phase lesser Yu. In the year with record of the first 5th or the first 11th, its features are heaven governing qi by Taiyang, cold, water, the guest year phase of earth as Taihang, and earth, governing qi by Taiyin, damp, earth. It is the phase of haze. Its normal transformation is soft, moist, heavy and lustrous, and its abnormal change is terrible storm and lightning, and its disease is characterized by heaviness of damp evil in the lower. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase greater Gong, lesser Sheng, greater Yu, lesser Ju and greater Ji, while its host phases in order are greater Ju, lesser Ji, greater Gong, lesser Sheng and the final phase greater Yu. In the year with record of the 7th 5th and the 7th 11th, its features are heaven, governing qi by Taiyang, cold, water, its guest phase of metal as greater Sheng, and earth, governing qi by Taiyin, damp, earth. It is the phase of coolness. Its normal transformation is frost, dew and decline. Its abnormal change is desolation and withering, and the disease then is characterized by dryness, stuffiness and fullness in the back and the chest. The guest phases in order are the initial phase greater Sheng, lesser Yu, greater Ju, lesser Ji and the final phase greater Gong, while the host phases in order are lesser Ju, greater Ji, lesser Gong, greater Sheng and lesser Yu. In the year with record of the 3rd 5th and 3rd 11th, its features are heaven, governing qi by Taiyang, cold, water, its guest year phase is water as Taiyin earth, governing qi by Taiyin, damp, earth. It is the phase of heat. Its normal transformation is piercing and freezing cold, its abnormal changes are ice, snow, frost and hailstone, and its disease then is characterized by retention of great cold in the septa of muscles and joints. The guest phases in order are the initial phase greater Yu, lesser Ju, greater Ji, lesser Gong and the final phase greater Sheng, while the host phases in order are greater Ju, lesser Ji, greater Gong, lesser Sheng and the final phase greater Yu. In any year with heaven, governing qi of Taiyang, cold, water, its qi transformation arrives earlier than the due time. The heaven, governing qi is constricting while earth, governing qi is calm. Then, the cold qi governs the sky so that yang qi fails to have an effect on the weather. However, the water and the earth collaborate with each other, and correspond with water star and earth star. Under this condition, it corresponds to the grain in yellow or black, to the governing qi in constriction, and to the earth, governing qi in slow reaction. The cold water governs widely, the rivers and lakes have no yang evaporation, and then the fire has to wait for surging. When Shao Yang, minister, fire dominates in the middle, the rain falls in due time and stops after reaching extreme peak. When earth, governing qi returns to Taiyin, damp, earth, the clouds move to the north, and the damp distributes everywhere to moisten everything. Meanwhile, the cold qi covers all in the upper, thunder crashes in the lower, and cold and damp qi are intermingling and lingering. In this kind of climate, people tend to suffer from cold, damp, muscle flaccidity, feeble feet with no contraction, diarrhea and bleeding. The qi in the initial phase is warm and prevalent. When Juyin, wind, wood is promoted and earthly qi is demoted, grass and trees become exuberant and verdant earlier than their usual time and people are susceptible to epidemic diseases and warm diseases with body fever, headache, vomiting and sores of the skin and muscles. In the second phase, the qi is quite cool by contrast, and people tend to feel chilly. Grass growth is prevented due to cold, fire qi is inhibited and people tend to suffer from qi depression and fullness in the middle. Then coldness begins to emerge. In the third phase, the qi of Taiyang, cold, water dominates in the heavens, cold qi is prevailing, and rain is falling. People tend to have the disease due to cold, and the unusual diseases in the interior are carbuncles and gangrene, watery diarrhea, and hard heat with dysphoria, which may be incurable and lead to death if not treated. In the fourth phase, the qi is characterized by a struggle between wind and damp, and transformation of wind turns into rain, so that all living creatures can grow, transform and ripen. Then people tend to suffer from diseases with great heat and shortness of breath, flaccid muscles, feeble feet and bloody and mucous dysentery. In the fifth phase, qi of Yang Ming, dry, metal, Yang qi returns and the grass grows, transforms and ripens. People tend to feel comfortable. In the final phase, qi of Taiyang, cold, water dominates and Taiyin, damp, earth exerts its effect so that yin condenses in the sky and a haze covers the wild field. People tend to feel chilly with the cold wind attacking, and those who are pregnant will die. Hence in any year with heaven, governing qi of Taiyang, cold, water, the bitter flavor has to be ingested, with the dry treating the damp and with the warm treating the cold, in order to break the depressive qi, previously enrich the transformation source, inhibit the qi of the face, support the thing dominated, and avoid the fulminant qi leading to diseases. The grain with year, qi has to be ingested to keep its perfect qi and avoid deficient qi to secure the healthy qi. According to the similarities and differences of qi compared with the current phase, increased or decreased doses can be decided accordingly. If the phase is the same as the cold, damp, it will be dried for heat transformation, and if the phase is different from the cold, damp, it will be dried for damp transformation. Thus, for the similarities, more doses will be given, and for the difference, fewer doses. In addition, application of cold drug should avoid cold phase, application of cool drug should avoid cool phase, application of warm drug should avoid warm phase, application of heat drug should avoid heat phase. Dieting also is based on the same principle. If there are extraordinary conditions, application should be adjusted accordingly, and reversing this principle will lead to diseases, which is called chronomedicine. Emperor, good. What is the administration in Yangming year? Kaibo, it is the year with record of TH and SHTH. In the year with record of the 4th TH and 4th SHTH, its features are heaven, governing qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal and earth, governing qi by Shui Yin, monarch, fire with the same predominating and retaliating qi to the normal Shang. Its year phase is wood as lesser Ju with dominating clarity and retaliating heat. Its guest phases in order are lesser Ju, greater Ji, lesser Gong, greater Sheng and lesser Yu, while the host phases are the same as the guest, initiating in lesser Ju and terminating at lesser Yu. In the year with record of the 10th TH and 10th TH, its features are heaven, governing qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal and earth, governing qi by Shui Yin, monarch, fire with the same predominating cold qi and retaliating rain qi to the normal Shang. Their year phase is heat, cold in domination and rain in retaliation. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase lesser Ji, greater Gong, lesser Sheng, greater Yu and lesser Ju, while the host phase in order initiates in greater Ju and terminates in greater U. In the year with record of the 6-4th and 6th-10th with the year phase of Earth as lesser gong, its features are heaven, governing Qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal and earth, governing Qi by Shui Yin, monarch, fire with the same predominating wind Qi and retaliating cool Qi. The Qi of year phase is rain, wind and cool. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase lesser gong, greater sheng, lesser yu, greater ju and the final phase greater ji, while the host phase in order initiates at lesser ju and terminates at lesser yu. In the year with record of the 2-4th and the 2-10th with the year phase of metal as lesser sheng, their features are heaven, governing Qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal, earth, governing Qi by Shui Yin, monarch, fire with the same predominating Qi and retaliating cool Qi to the normal Sheng. Their Qi of year phase is cool, heat and cold. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase lesser Sheng, greater Yu, lesser Ju, greater Ji and the final phase greater Gong, while the host phase in order initiates in greater Ju and terminates in greater Yu. In the year with record of the 8-10th and 8-4th with the year phase of water as lesser Yu, their features are heaven, governing Qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal, earth, governing Qi Shui Yin, monarch, fire with the same predominating rain Qi and retaliating wind Qi. Their Qi of year phase is cold, rain and wind. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase lesser Yu, greater Ju, lesser Ji, lesser Gong and the final phase greater Sheng, while the host phase in order initiates in lesser Ju and terminates in lesser Yu. In any year with heaven, governing Qi of Yang Ming, dry, metal, its Qi transformation arrives later than the due time. The heaven, governing Qi is urgent, while earth, governing Qi is bright. Then, the Yang Qi governs the sky so that flaming summer, Qi prevails, everything is dry and hard, and gentle wind flows. Wind Qi and dry Qi are weaving and prevail in the intermingling air, so that there is more Yang and less Yin. Clouds move to the source of rain, the rain transformation is distributed and then extreme dryness turns into moistness. Under this condition, it corresponds to the grain in white or red. Interval seasonal grains ripen with the excessive Qi, and the reproduction of beetles from the gold Qi and many birds from the fire Qi is inhibited. Metal Qi and fire Qi collaborate and correspond to metal star and fire star. The administration is urgent, its effect is drastic, hibernating insects are exposed, and flowing water doesn't freeze. People tend to have cough, throat obstruction, episodes of chill and fever, sudden shivers, and urinary retention. If metal Qi is earlier and urgent, hairy worms will die. However, if heat Qi comes later and is drastic, the beetles will be harmed. The emergence is stirring, the burst of dominating Qi and retaliating Qi will disturb the normal as cool Qi and heat are intermingling. When Qi in the initial phase arrives, earthly Qi is depromoted, Yin Qi begins to coagulate, air starts to be cool, water is frozen, and there is transformation of cold rain. People tend to have heat and distension in the middle, edema of face and eyes, somnolence, nasal obstruction and bleeding, sneeze, yawning, vomiting, dark urine and even dripping urination. When Qi in the second phase arrives, Yang Qi is distributed. People feel comfortable and everything is flourishing. Then the epidemic disease prevails and people are at risk of sudden death. When Qi in the third phase arrives, heavenly qi administration is distributed, the cool qi is prevailing, dry qi and heat qi are intermingling, the extreme dry qi turns into moist, and people tend to have chill and fever. When qi in the fourth phase arrives, cold rain falls, the diseases are characterized by sudden fainting spells, shivers and delirium, short breath, dry throat with severe thirst involving heart pain, carbuncles and sores, cold malaria, bone flaccidity and bloody stool. When qi in the fifth phase arrives, the spring qi prevails unexpectedly in autumn, so grass is flourishing and people live in harmony. When qi in the final phase arrives, yang qi is distributed, the climate turns warm abnormally, the hibernating insects are exposed, and flowing water doesn't freeze. People maintain their health and live a calm life, and warm disease occurs if yang is luxuriant. Hence in any year with heaven, governing qi of yang ming, dry, metal, the grain with year, phase, qi is ingested to secure the healthy qi, and the grain with interval, qi should be ingested after the evil qi is removed. In the current year, the salty, the bitter and the pungent flavors should be ingested as sweating, clearing and dispersing therapies. Qi of year phase should be secured without being damaged by evil. The qi of depression should be broken, and the source of dominated qi should be supported. According to whether there is mild or severe chill and fever, the formulae can be determined. The one identical to heat, qi is mostly transformed as earthly qi, while that identical to the cool is mostly transformed as heavenly qi. In addition, application of cool drug should avoid cool phase, application of heat drug should avoid heat phase, application of cold drug should avoid cold phase, application of warm drug should avoid warm phase. Dieting also is based on the same principle. If there are extraordinary conditions, application should be adjusted accordingly, and reversing this principle will reverse the principle of the heavens and the earth and disturb the principles of yin and yang. Emperor, good. What is the administration in Shaoyang year? Kaibo, it is the year with record of the THIRD-WORLDISM. In the year with record of the 9th-THIRD and 9th-9th, with the year phase of wood as greater 2, its features are heaven, governing qi by Shaoyang, minister, fire and earth, governing qi by Juan, wind, wood. Their year phase is high wind. Their transformations are characterized by agitating whistling and revival, their change by vibrating, pulling, destruction and drawing, and their diseases are vertigo and tremor, sticking pain of hypochondria and fright. Its guest phases in order are greater 2, lesser G, greater Gong, lesser Sheng and greater Yu, while the host phase in order start at normal Ju and terminate at greater Yu. In the year with record of the 5th-3rd and the 5th-9th, with the year phase of fire as greater G, its features are heaven, governing qi by Shaoyang, minister, fire and earth, governing qi by Juan, wind, wood. Their year phase is summer, heat. Their transformations are noisy agitation, whistling and stuffy heat revival, their changes are flaming and boiling heat, and their diseases are heat depression in the upper, bleeding, bloody excretion, and heart pain. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase greater G, lesser Gong, greater Sheng, lesser Yu, and greater Ju, while the host phase in order start at lesser Ju and terminate at lesser Yu. In the year with record of the 1st-3rd and 1st-9th, with the year phase of earth as greater Gong, its features are heaven, governing qi by Shaoyang, minister, fire and earth, governing qi by Juan, wind, wood. The year phase is yin, rain. Their transformations are soft, moist and heavy luster, the changes are shocking and stormy rain, and the diseases are heavy body, edema, retention and oppressive distension. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase Greater Gong, Lesser Sheng, Greater Yu, Lesser Ju, and Greater Ji, while the host phase in order starts at Greater Ju and terminates at Greater Yu. In the year with record of the 7th-3 and 7th-9 th, with the year phase of metal as Greater Sheng, its features are heaven, governing qi by Shaoyang, minister, fire and earth, governing qi by Zhuyin, wind, wood. The year phase is cool. Their transformations feature as fog, dew and clear and cool climate. The changes are constricting and declination, and the diseases are confined to the shoulders, back and chest. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase Greater Sheng, Lesser Yu, Greater Ju, Lesser Ji, and Greater Gong, while the host phase in order starts at Lesser Ju and terminates at Lesser Yu. In the year with record of the 3rd-3 and 3rd-9 th, with the year phase of water as Greater Yu, its features are heaven, governing qi by Shaoyang, minister, fire and earth, governing qi by Zhuyin, wind, wood. The year phase is cold and constriction. The transformations are compression and piercing cold, and the diseases feature cold and edema. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase Greater Yu, Lesser Ju, Greater Ji, Lesser Gong, and Greater Sheng, while the host phase in order starts at Greater Ju and terminates at Greater Yu. In any year with heaven, governing qi of Shaoyang, minister, fire, its qi transformation arrives earlier than the due time. The heaven, governing qi is normal while earth, governing qi is stirring. Wind rises suddenly, the grass and trees are drooping, sand is flying, and minister, fire is prevailing. Yin qi is moving and yang qi is transformed so that rain is falling and fire and wood collaborate each other, which corresponds to fire star and wood star in the upper. This condition corresponds to the grain in red or dark green, its transformation is severe, and its action is disturbing. Therefore, heaven, wind and earth, heat intermingle and distribute, clouds and air are boiling while Taiyin is moving wildly, cold qi is coming, and cool air and rain emerge together. Then people tend to have cold in the middle, external sore and ulceration, diarrhea and fullness in the body. An experienced person having the condition, will adapt and not fight against it. With the frequent recurrence, people will have chill and fever time and again, as well as malaria, diarrhea, deafness, blurred vision, vomiting, depression in the upper, edema and uncommon complexion. When qi in the initial phase arrives, earthly qi recedes. Wind, qi dominates and causes swaying, cold, qi is gone, the climate is getting quite warm, and grass and trees flourish earlier. Cold, qi, though coming, fails to reduce the temperature, then warm diseases arise. The diseases are characterized by depression in the upper, bleeding, red eyes, cough with qi reversal, headache, metrorrhagia, fullness in the hypochondria, and small sores in the skin. When qi in the second phase arrives, fire qi as host is depressed instead, white dust flies everywhere, clouds move and are filled with moisture, wind is dominated by damp and then rain is dripping, and people are healthy in general. Its diseases are heat, depression in the upper, cough with qi reversal, vomiting, sores in the interior, stuffy chest and throat, headache, body fever, confusion and purulent sore. When qi in the third phase arrives, heavenly qi is distributed, flaming summer is coming, Shao Yang, minister, fire is over the sky and then rain stops. People tend to have fever in the interior, deafness, blurred vision, bleeding, purulent sore, cough, vomiting, stuffy nose, nosebleed, thirst, sneeze, yawn, throat obstruction, red eyes and even sudden death. When qi in the fourth phase arrives, the cool qi comes, the flaming summer is moderated and the dew is being deposited. People are in harmony and the disease is characterized by fullness and heavy body. When qi in the fifth phase arrives, yang qi leaves, coldness comes, the rain falls, the sweat pores are blocked and hard trees wither early. Then people should avoid cold evil, and the wise men prefer to live in airtight houses. When qi in the final phase arrives, earthly qi is normal, wind comes, all living things are generated unexpectedly and the thick fog is prevailing. Their diseases are characterized by incontinence, heartache and cough due to failure of yang qi storage. The excessive qi of year phase and seasonal phase should be inhibited and the dominated qi be supported. The resultant depression qi should be broken and its source of transformation be enriched. If violent excess isn't produced, the difficult diseases cannot arise. Therefore in the current year phase, the salty, pungent and sour flavors are better ingested, the draining, discharging, soaking and dispersing therapies are better adopted, and the excess can be adjusted according to cold and warm climate. The year phase, similar to wind, heat, should be given more cold transformation, but if it is different from the wind, heat, it should be given less cold transformation. Application of heat drug should avoid heat phase, application of warm drug should avoid warm phase, application of cold drug should avoid cold phase, application of cool drug should avoid cool phase. Dieting also follows the same principle. If there are extraordinary conditions, application should be adjusted accordingly, and reversing this principle will lead to diseases, also called as chronomedicine. Emperor, good. What is the administration in Taiyin year? Kaibo, it is the year with record of the RND and BATH. In the year with record of the 4th RND and 4th BATH, with the year phase of wood as lesser Jew, the features are heaven, governing qi by Taiyin, damp, earth and earth, governing qi by Taiyang, cold, water with the same clarity as predominating qi and heat as retaliating qi. The year phase is wind with clarity and heat. Its guest phases in order are lesser Ju, greater Ji, lesser Gong, greater Sheng, and the final phase lesser Yu, while the host phase in order starts at lesser Ju and terminates at lesser Yu. In the year with record of the 10th RND and 10th BATH, with the year phase of fire as lesser Ji, the features are heaven, governing qi by Taiyin, damp, earth and earth, governing qi by Taiyang, cold, water with the same predominating cold qi and retaliating rain qi. The year phase is heat with cold and rain. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase lesser Ji, greater Gong, lesser Sheng, greater Yu, and the final phase lesser Ju, while the host phase in order starts at greater Ju and terminates at greater Yu. In the year with record of the 6th RND and the 6th BATH, with the year phase of earth as lesser Gong, the features are heaven, governing qi by Taiyin, damp, earth and earth, governing qi by Taiyang, cold, water with the same predominating wind qi and retaliating clarity qi to the normal Gong. The year phase is rain with wind and clarity. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase Lesser Gong, Greater Sheng, Lesser Yu, Greater Zhu, and the final phase Lesser Ji, while the host phase in order starts at Lesser Zhu and terminates at Lesser Yu. In the year with record of the second RND and the second 8th, with the year phase of metal as Lesser Sheng, the features are heaven, governing Qi by Taiyin, damp, earth and earth, governing Qi by Taiyang, cold, water with the same predominating wind Qi and retaliating clarity Qi in the 2 years. The year phase is cool with heat and cold. Its guest phases in order are Lesser Sheng, Greater Yu, Lesser Zhu, Greater Ji, and the final phase Lesser Gong, while the host phase in order starts at Greater Zhu and terminates at Greater Yu. In the year with mark of the 8th RND and the 8th 8th, with the year phase of water as Lesser Yu, the features are heaven, governing Qi by Taiyin, damp, earth, and earth, governing Qi by Taiyang, cold, water with the same predominating rain Qi and retaliating wind Qi in the 2 years to the normal Gong. The year phase is cold with rain and wind. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase Lesser Yu, Greater Zhu, Lesser Ji, Greater Gong, and the final phase Lesser Sheng, while the host phase in order starts at Lesser Zhu and terminates at Lesser Yu. In any year with heaven, governing Qi of Taiyin, damp, earth, the Qi transformation arrives earlier than the due time. Yin Qi dominates the administration solely and Yang Qi recedes. When big wind arises, heavenly Qi descends, and earthly Qi ascends. There is haze over the wild field and dust arises everywhere, clouds are moving to the south, cold rain falls occasionally, and the crops ripen in the late summer. People tend to have cold and damp, disease, full abdomen, general distension, edema, lump, Qi reversal, cold, pain and spasm. Collaboration of damp and cold evil result in yellow and black dust cloud, prevailing with the Qi intermingling, and corresponds to earth star and water star in the upper. The administration is constrictive, the action is quiet, and the color corresponds to yellow and black. So, Yin Qi condenses in the upper, cold, Qi accumulates in the lower and cold dominates the fire leading to hailstones. The sun fails to shine and cold air is prevailing. Thus, in the year with excessive Qi, planting crops in the higher altitude is better, while in the year with insufficient Qi planting is best done at lower altitude. In the year with excessive Qi, planting crops is better done late, while in the year with insufficient Qi it is better done early. The kind of planting should be based on both the favorable earth condition and Qi transformation. And it is also the case with health maintenance, as the health of people and of grains depend on the interval essence Qi to be ripe. When Qi in the initial phase arrives, earthly Qi recedes, cold, Qi moves away, spring, Qi is normal, and wind is coming and distributed. When all living things are flourishing, people feel comfortable. When wind and damp is conflicting leading to rain, people tend to have bleeding, sinew and collateral spasm, inflexibility of joints, heavy body and flaccid sinews. When Qi in the second phase arrives, big fire Qi is normal, all things comply with the transformation and people can maintain their fitness. The possible diseases include epidemic worm disease, and people are exposed to the similar illness. Damp and evaporation are conflicting and then rain is falling. When Qi in the third phase arrives, heavenly Qi is distributed, damp, Qi descends, earthly Qi ascends, rain falls, sometimes followed by cold Qi, and people are affected by cold Qi. Then, People tend to have heavy body, edema, and chest and abdominal fullness. When qi in the fourth phase arrives, fierce fire is coming, damp qi is steaming, earthly qi is ascending, heavenly qi is obstructed, cold wind is at dawn and dusk, evaporation and heat are conflicting, smoky air is condensing over grass and trees, and damp transformation is stationary so that white dew is distributed gloomily indicating the coming of autumn. Then people tend to have interstitial fever, sudden bleeding, malaria, heart and abdominal fullness and heat, abdominal distension and even edema. When qi in the fifth phase arrives, cooling qi is in action, cold dew falls, frost descends early, grass and tree leaves turn yellow and fall, and cold qi is approaching the human body. Wise men prefer to live in airtight houses. People tend to have disease in the skin and interstitial stray. When qi in the final phase arrives, cold qi emerges broadly, damp transformation prevails, frost is accumulated, water is frozen, and the sun fails to shine. People affected by cold qi tend to have rigidity of joints, waist and buttock pain, and cold qi and damp qi are intermingling leading to diseases. The excessive qi of year phase and seasonal phase should be inhibited and the dominated qi in generation and transformation be taken to benefit the qi of year phase without being damaged. The grain of year phase should be ingested to keep the genuine qi, and the grain of interval phase be ingested to keep the essential qi. Therefore in the current year phase, the bitter flavor is better ingested to dry and warm it, and even to disperse and discharge it. Without dispersing and discharging, damp qi will overflow outward to cause muscle ulceration, chapped skin, exudation and bleeding. Yang fire should be supported to protect the body from severe cold. According to the qi identification of phases, the increasing or decreasing of the amount can be determined. The one that is the same as the cold should be given heat transformation, and the one the same as damp should be given dry transformation. The difference is given less amount, while in case of more an increased amount is given. Application of cool drug should avoid cool phase, application of warm drug should avoid warm phase, application of heat drug should avoid heat phase. Also, dieting and medication share the same principle. If there are extraordinary conditions, the principle should be adjusted. If reversing this principle, it will lead to diseases. Emperor, good. What is the qi administration in Shaiyin year? Kaibo, Shaiyin, monarch, fire governs the year with the record of est and qth. In the year with record of the 9th est and 9th qth, with the year phase of wood as greater Ju, its features are heaven, governing qi by Shaiyin, minister, fire, and earth, governing qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal. It is the year phase of high wind. The transformations feature agitating whistling and revival, the change features vibrating, pulling, destruction and drawing, and the diseases feature sticking pain and fullness. Its guest phases in order are Greater Ju, Lesser Ji, Greater Gong, Lesser Sheng and Greater Yu, while the host phase in order starts at Greater Ju and terminates at Greater Yu. In the year with mark of the 5th est and 5th qth, with the year phase of fire as Greater Ji, its features are heaven, governing qi by Taiyin, damp, earth and earth, governing qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal. It is the year phase of flaming summer, heat. The transformations feature annoying shining and depressed heat, and the changes feature flaming and boiling, and the diseases feature heat in the upper and bleeding. Its guest phases in order are Greater Ji, Lesser Gong, greater Shang, lesser Yu and greater Zhu, while the host phase in order starts at lesser Zhu and terminates at lesser Yu. In the year with record of the first est and first th, with the year phase of Earth as greater Gong, its features are heaven, governing Qi by Shui Yin, monarch, fire and earth, governing Qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal. It is the year phase of Yin, rain. The transformations feature soft moistness and frequent rains, the changes feature shocking and heavy rain, and the diseases feature interior fullness and heavy body. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase greater Gong, lesser Sheng, greater Yu, lesser Zhu and greater Ji, while the host phase in order starts at greater Zhu and terminates at greater Yu. In the year with record of the 7th est and the 7th th, with the year phase of metal as greater Sheng, its features are heaven, governing Qi by Shui Yin, monarch, fire and earth, governing Qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal. It is the year phase of cool and vigorous. The transformations feature fog, dew, and bleak air, the changes feature constricting and withering, and the diseases feature cooling in the lower. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase greater Sheng, lesser Yu, greater Zhu, lesser Ji, and greater Gong, while the host phase in order starts at lesser Zhu and terminates at lesser Yu. In the year with mark of the 3rd est and the 3rd th, with the year phase of water as greater Yu, its features are heaven, governing Qi by Shui Yin, monarch, fire and earth, governing Qi by Yang Ming, dry, metal. It is the year phase of cold. Their transformations feature condensing and cool, the changes feature ice, snow, frost and hailstone, and the diseases feature cold in the lower. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase greater Yu, lesser Zhu, greater Ji, lesser Gong and greater Sheng, while the host phase in order starts at greater Zhu and terminates at greater Yu. In the year under heaven, governing Qi of Shaoyang, minister, fire, its Qi transformation arrives earlier than the due time. Earthly Qi is constricting while heavenly Qi is clarified. Cold intermingles with summer, heat is combined with dry, clouds move to the south, damp transformation begins and the seasonal rain falls. Metal and fire coordinate corresponding fire star and metal star in the upper. The Qi administration is clarified, the action is urgent, and the color corresponds to red and white. Water and fire as well as cold and heat conflict in the intercrossed Qi which triggers diseases. Heat disease occurs in the upper, cool disease in the lower, and cold and heat invade the body and struggle against each other in the interior. People tend to have cough, panting, bleeding and bloody discharge, nasal obstruction, sneeze, red eyes, canthosores, severe cold in the stomach, heart pain, lumbago, big belly, dry pharynx and swelling in the upper. When Qi in the initial phase arrives, earthly Qi recedes, dryness leaves, cold transformation begins, insects are in hibernation, water is frozen, frost descends again, wind is arriving, and Yang Qi is depressed. People tend to live in airtight house and have rigid joints, and waist and buttock pain. Flaming summer, heat is going to rise and internal or external sores can develop. When Qi in the second phase arrives, Yang Qi is distributed, wind is prevailing, spring Qi is normal and all living things are flourishing. Though cold Qi comes sometimes, people generally manage to stay fit. Their diseases are characterized by blurred vision, red eyes, and Qi depression in the upper leading to heat. When Qi in the third phase arrives, the heaven, governing qi is distributed, big fire qi prevails, all living things are in exuberance, and cold qi comes frequently. People tend to suffer from critical qi, heartache, alternating bouts of chills and fever, cough with panting and red eyes. When qi in the fourth arrives, moist and hot summer comes with frequent heavy rains and alternating chill and fever. People tend to suffer from chills and fever, dry pharynx, jaundice, allergic rhinitis, nosebleed and phlegm retention. When qi in the fifth arrives, there is fright of fire falling, but the summer comes expectedly. When yang is transformed, all living things are generated and developed exuberantly. Most people are healthy and patients tend to have warm disease. When qi in the final phase arrives, dry, qi is in action, the rest of the fire qi is obstructed interiorly, leading to swelling in the upper, cough and panting, and even bleeding. Cold qi is often attacking and there is smoky fog and nebulae. Diseases occur in the interstitial skin or in internal hypochondria involving the lower abdomen with interior cold, indicating that earthly qi is changing. The excessive qi of the face should be inhibited, the dominated qi be supported, the depressive emergence be broken, and its source of transformation be enriched without being damaged, leading to diseases. The grain with year, qi is ingested to perfect its genuine qi, and grain with interval qi can be ingested to avoid deficient evil. In the current year, the salty flavor is better ingested to soften it for regulating the upper, and even the bitter flavor to disperse it. The sour flavor is better ingested to secure the lower, and the bitter flavor is used to discharge it. According to the identification, an increased or decreased amount can be determined. The one similar to heavenly qi should be transformed with the cold and clear, and the one similar to earthly qi should be transformed with the warm and heat. Application of heat drug should avoid heat phase. Application of cool drug should avoid cool phase. Application of warm drug should avoid warm phase. Application of cold drug should avoid cold phase. Dieting also is based on the same principle. If there are extraordinary conditions, application should be adjusted accordingly, and reversing this principle will lead to diseases. Emperor, good. What is the administration in Juan year? Kaibo, it is the year with record of the 6th and 12th. In the year with record of the 4th-6th and the 4th-12th, with the year phase of wood as lesser Ju, its features are heaven, governing qi by Juan, wind, wood and earth, governing qi by Shaoyang, monarch, fire, with the same clarity and heat as predominating and retaliating qi to the normal Ju. It is the year phase of wind with clarity and heat. Its guest phases in order are lesser Ju, greater Ji, lesser Gong, greater Sheng and lesser Yu, while the host phase in order starts at lesser Ju and terminates at lesser Yu. In the year with record of the 10th-6th and the 10th-12th, with the year phase of fire as lesser Ji, its features are heaven, governing qi by Juan, wind, wood and earth, governing qi by Shaoyang, monarch, fire, with the same cold and rain as predominating and retaliating qi to the normal Ju. It is the year phase of heat with cold and rain. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase lesser Ji, greater Gong, lesser Sheng, greater Yu and lesser Ju, while the host phase in order starts at greater Ju and terminates at greater Yu. In the year with record of 6th-6th and the 6th-12th, with the year phase of fire as lesser Ji, its features are heaven, governing qi by Juan, wind, wood and earth, governing qi by Shaoyang, monarch, fire, with the same cold and rain as predominating and retaliating qi to the normal ju. It is the year phase of rain with cold rain and clear wind. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase Lesser Gong, Greater Sheng, Lesser Yu, Greater Ju, and Lesser Ji, while the host phase in order starts at Lesser Ju and terminates at Lesser Yu. In the year with record of the second 6th and the second 12th, with the year phase of metal as Lesser Sheng, its features are heaven, governing qi by Yin, wind, wood and earth, governing qi by Yang, monarch, fire, with the same heat and cold as predominating and retaliating qi to the normal ju. The year phase is cool with heat and cold. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase Lesser Sheng, Greater Yu, Lesser Ju, Greater Ji, and Lesser Gong, while the host phase in order starts at Greater Ju and terminates at Greater Yu. In the year with record of the 8th-6th and 8th-12th, with the year phase of metal as Lesser Yu, its features are heaven, governing qi by Yin, wind, wood and earth, governing qi by Yang, monarch, fire, with the same wind and rain as predominating and retaliating qi. It is the year phase of cold with rain and wind. Its guest phases in order are the initial phase Lesser Yu, Greater Ju, Lesser Ji, Greater Gong and Lesser Sheng, while the host phase in order starts at Lesser Ju and terminates at Lesser Yu. In any year with Yin, wind, mood to govern heavenly qi transformation moves later than the due time, which is the same as the year of normal ju, and heavenly qi transformation is the same as the year phase. When heavenly qi is stirring, earthly qi is normal, wind arises in the high and in the distant followed by flaming heat from the earth, clouds move to the south, and damp transformation prevails, in which wind and fire coordinate corresponding to wood star and fire star. The qi administration is disturbing, the action is rapid, the grain colors correspond to dark green and red, and the grain obtain the interval qi to become ripe. The damage includes striated and winged insects. Wind, dry, fire and heat dominate and retaliate alternatively, the hibernating insects come out, and water flows with no freezing. Heat disease develop in the lower and wind disease in the upper. Wind and dry dominate and retaliate mutually, reflecting in the body. When qi the initial phase arrives, cold begins to constrict, the killing qi is just coming, and people tend to have cold in the lower on the right. When qi in the second phase arrives, cold qi is lingering, snow is falling and water is frozen, killing cold air arises, frost is seen, the grass tip is withering, and cold rain often falls. When yang, qi is transformed back, people tend to have heat in the middle. When qi in the third phase arrives, heavenly qi is distributed and wind often arises. People tend to have watering of eyes, tinnitus and vertigo. When qi in the fourth phase arrives, moist summer, heat, damp and heat conflict in upper interval on the left and then people tend to have jaundice and edema. When qi in the fifth phase arrives, dry and damp dominate alternatively, deep yin is distributed, cold qi invades the body and wind and rain prevail. When qi in the final phase arrives, fierce fire governs the action, yang begins to be transformed greatly, hibernating insects come out, water flows with no freezing, earthly qi emerges greatly, grass begins to grow, and people feel comfortable and tend to have epidemic worm diseases. The excessive qi of the phase should be inhibited and the dominated qi be supported, and the qi of year phase be supported without being damaged. In the current year, it is better to use pungent flavor to adapt to heavenly qi and to use the salty flavor to adapt to earthly qi, in which fierce fire cannot be violated without reason. Application of warm drug should avoid warm phase. Application of heat drug should avoid heat phase. Application of cool drug should avoid cool phase. Application of cold drug should avoid cold phase. Dieting is also based on the same principles. If there are extraordinary conditions, application should be adjusted accordingly, and violating this principle will lead to diseases. Emperor, good. Your explanation has made things clear, but how to know whether it corresponds or not? Kaibo, what a good question you have asked. The 6 phases of qi rotate with a certain order and terminate at a certain position, so usually in the morning on the first day of the first month of the lunar year. After observation of the position, we can know the condition of the phase. If the excessive phase arrives earlier, the insufficient phase arrives later than the due time, which is the law of nature and the constant of the weather. If the phase is neither excessive nor insufficient, it is called normal year whose qi arrives in due time. Emperor, dominating qi and anti-dominating qi always exist. As disastrous climate changes frequently occur, how to forecast them? Kaibo, abnormal transformation of qi is disastrous climate change. Emperor, how are the start and the termination of heaven, governing qi and earth, governing qi? Kaibo, how careful your question is. It is related with the law of natural climate. The change of natural climate starts from the upper heaven and terminates at the lower earth. In the first half year, heavenly qi governs, and in the last half year, earthly qi governs. When the upper and the lower interact with each other, the final outcome will control the climate in the phase, by which the outline of climate changes in a year is disclosed. Since you've understood the phasing position, you can know the climatic phase, which is called seasonal phase. Emperor, I am responsible for this and will carry out these rules, but sometimes they do not accord with rules of climate changes. Why is this so? Kaibo, the climatic qi has the conditions of excess or insufficiency and the transformation has the conditions of luxuriance or declination, which is in accordance with the general seasonal transformation. Emperor, I'd like to know what the identification between phase and qi is. Kaibo, wind, warm accords with climatic transformation in spring. Heat fumigation and dull fire accord with the climatic transformation in summer. The dominating qi accords with anti-dominating qi, dryness, lucidity, smoke and dew accord with the climatic transformation in autumn. Clouds, rain, gloom and dust accord with the climatic transformation in late summer, and cold, frost, snow and ice accord with the climatic transformation in winter. This is the general transformation of 5 phases and 6 phases of qi between the heavens and the earth, and also the constant of luxuriance and declination. Emperor, if the transformation of 5 phases accords with heavenly qi, it is termed heavenly accordance, and I know it. I'd like to know what the earthly qi accordance is. Kaibo, there are 3 conditions of excessive phasing qi according to heavenly qi, or of insufficient phasing qi according to heavenly qi. There are 3 conditions of excessive phasing qi according to earthly qi, or of insufficient phasing qi according to earthly qi. Totally, there are 24 years with corresponding transformations. Emperor, I'd like to know how to name these conditions. Kaibo, in the year with record of the first 5th and first 11th, its year phase is greater gong with Taiyin, damp, earth as adding from the lower. In the year with record of 9-3 and 9-9 th, its year phases greater due with jing, wind, wood as adding from the lower. In the year with record of the 7-est and 7-7 th, its year phases greater shen with yang ming, dry, metal as adding from the lower. There are three such conditions. In the year with record of 10-6 th and 10-12 th, its year phases lesser ji with shao yang, minister, fire as adding from the lower. In the year with record of the 8-2 and 8-8 th, its year phases lesser u with taiyang, damp, earth as adding from the lower. In the year with record of 9-4 th and 9-10 th, its year phases lesser g as adding from the lower. There are also three such conditions. In the year with record of 5-est and the 5-7 th, the year phases greater g with shay yin, monarch, fire as falling from the upper. In the year with record of the 5-3 and the 5-9 th, the year phases greater g with shao yang, minister, fire as falling from the upper. In the year with record of the 3-5 th and the 3-11 th, its year phases greater u with taiyang, damp, earth as falling from the upper. There are three such conditions. In the year with record of the 4-6 th and the 4-12 th, its year phases lesser due with jing, wind, wood as falling from the upper. In the year with record of the 2-4 th and the 2-10 th, its year phases lesser shen with yang ming, dry, metal as falling from the upper. In the year with record of the 6-2 and 6-5 th, its year phases lesser gong with taiying, damp, earth as falling from the upper. There are also three such conditions. Except these 24 years, other years have no adding or falling of climatic qi as adding from the lower or the upper. Emperor, what does adding mean? Kaibo, adding the excessive year phase to earthly qi is termed according heaven, identification, and adding the insufficient year phase to earthly qi is termed according year, identification. Emperor, what does falling mean? Kaibo, either excessive or insufficient qi of the year phase falling on heavenly qi is termed heaven, identification. Since the change of qi transformation in the year phase is either excessive or insufficient, the state of disease is expressed differently and the prognosis of life or death is earlier or later. Emperor, you have mentioned that usage of cold drug should avoid cold phase while usage of heat drug should avoid the heat phase, but I haven't understood the reason. I'd like to know what avoiding means. Kaibo, using heat drug offends no heat of the face while using cold drug offends no cold of the face. Complying with it leads to harmony, while reversing it leads to diseases, so the dominating qi of the current phase shouldn't be offended but be avoided, which is called the current qi for 6 phase. Emperor, how to use the warm and cool drugs? Kaibo, when the dominating qi is in the heat phase, the heat drug should be used without offense. When the dominating qi is in the cold phase, the cold drug should be used without offense. When the dominating qi is in the cool phase, the cool drug should be used without offense. When the dominating qi is in the warm phase, the warm drug should be used without offense. When the interval qi is the same as the host qi, no offense is allowed. And when the internal qi is different from the host qi, slight offense is allowed. They are the 4 contraindications which should be observed. Emperor, good. How about the permissible offense? Kaibo, When the guest heavenly qi offends the host qi in the current phase, the host qi can be complied with. When the guest qi overcomes host qi, it can be offended aiming at balance without excess, which is evil qi domination reversely. It is believed that if there is no offense of heavenly qi, there is no reversal of earthly qi with proper climate, no help for dominating guest qi, and no support for anti-dominating qi, which is called the ideal treatment. Emperor, good. Are there any constants for 5 phases in the year with the specific recording mark? Kaibo, please let me explain the array. In the year with record of the first est and first th, in the upper is Yin, monarch, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is earth year phase as greater gong, and in the lower is Yang Ming, dry, metal to govern the earth. The order of heat transformation in the upper is the second, the order of rain transformation of the year phase is the fifth, and the order of dry transformation in the lower is the fourth, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, the disease by the middle phase is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sour and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the second RND and the second th, in the upper is Taiyin, damp, earth to govern the heaven, in the middle is metal year phase as lesser Sheng, and in the lower is Taiyang, cold, water to govern the earth. The heat transformation in domination and cold transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil qi transformation with the calamity in the seventh palace. The order of damp transformation in the upper is the fifth, the order of clarity transformation of the year phase is the fourth, and the order of cold transformation in the lower is the sixth, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs, the disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sour drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sweet and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 3rd-3rd and 3rd-9th, in the upper is Shaoyang, minister, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is water year phase as greater Yu, and in the lower is Zhuyin, wind, wood to govern the earth. The order of fire transformation in the upper is the second, the order of cold transformation of the year phase is the sixth, and the order of wind transformation in the lower is the third, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease due to the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, the disease by the middle phase is better treated with the salty and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the pungent and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 4th-4th and 4th-10th, in the upper is Yang Ming, dry, metal to govern the heaven, in the middle is wood year phase as lesser Ju, and in the lower is Yin, monarch, fire to govern the earth. The clarity transformation in domination and heat transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil qi transformation with the calamity in the 3rd palace. The order of dry transformation in the upper is the 9th, the order of wind transformation of the year phase is the 3rd, and the order of heat transformation in the lower is the 7th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and slightly warm drugs, the disease by the middle cause is better treated with the pungent drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 5th-5th and 5th-11th, in the upper is Taiyang, cold, water to govern the heaven, in the middle is fire year face as greater G, and in the lower is Taiyin, damp, earth to govern the earth. The order of cold transformation in the upper is the 6th, the order of heat transformation of the year face is the 7th, and the order of damp transformation in the lower is the 5th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sweet drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sweet and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with mark of the 6th-6th and 6th-12th, in the upper is Juin, wind, wood to govern the heaven, in the middle is earth year face as lesser gong, and in the lower is Shaoyang, minister, fire to govern the earth. The wind transformation in domination and clarity transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, Qi transformation with the calamity in the 5th palace. The order of wind transformation in the upper is the 3rd, the order of damp transformation of the year face is the 5th, and the order of fire transformation in the lower is the 7th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sweet drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 7th-7th and 7th-est, in the upper is Shaiyin, monarch, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is metal year face as greater Sheng, and in the lower is Yangming, dry, metal to govern the earth. The order of heat transformation in the upper is the 7th, the order of clarity transformation of the year face is the 9th, and the order of dry transformation in the lower is the 9th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the pungent and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sour and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 8th-8th and the 8th-2nd, in the upper is Taiyin, damp, earth to govern the heaven, in the middle is water year face as lesser U, and in the lower is Taiyang, cold, water to govern the earth. The rain transformation in domination and wind transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, Qi transformation with the calamity in the 1st palace. The order of rain transformation in the upper is the 5th, the order of cold transformation of the year face is the 1st, and the order of cold transformation in the lower is the 1st, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the bitter drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 9th-9th and the 9th-3rd, in the upper is Shaoyang, minister, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is wood year face as greater Ju, and in the lower is Juin, wind, wood to govern the earth. The order of fire transformation in the upper is the 2nd, the order of wind transformation of the year face is the 8th, and the order of dry transformation in the lower is the 8th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sour drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 10th-10th and the 10th-4th, in the upper is yang ming, dry, metal to govern the heaven, in the middle is fire year face as lesser ji, and in the lower is shui yin, monarch, fire to govern the earth. The cold transformation in domination and rain transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, chi transformation with the calamity in the 9th palace. The order of dry transformation in the upper is the 5th, the order of heat transformation of the year phase is the 2nd, and the order of heat transformation in the lower is the 2nd, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and slightly warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 1st-11th and the 1st-5th, in the upper is Taiyang, cold, water to govern the heaven, in the middle is earth year face as greater gong, and in the lower is Taiyin, damp, earth to govern the earth. The order of cold transformation in the upper is the 6th, the order of damp transformation of the year phase is the 5th, and the order of damp transformation in the lower is the 5th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and heat drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 2nd-12th and the 2nd-6th, in the upper is Juan, wind, wood to govern the heaven, in the middle is metal year face as lesser sheng, and in the lower is shui yin, minister, fire to govern the earth. The heat transformation in domination and cold transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, chi transformation with the calamity in the 7th palace. The order of wind transformation in the upper is the 8th, the order of clarity transformation of the year phase is the 4th, and the order of fire transformation in the lower is the 2nd, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sour drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of 3rd-est and 3rd-5th, in the upper is shui yin, monarch, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is water year face as greater yu, and in the lower is yang ming, dry, metal to govern the earth. The order of heat transformation in the upper is the 2nd, the order of cold transformation of the year phase is the 6th, and the order of clarity transformation in the lower is the 4th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the salty and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sour and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 4th-2nd and the 4th-5th, in the upper is Taiyin, damp, earth to govern the heaven, in the middle is wood year phase as lesser Ju, and in the lower is Taiyang, cold, water to govern the earth. The clarity transformation in domination and heat transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, Qi transformation with the calamity in the third palace. The order of rain transformation in the upper is the fifth, the order of wind transformation of the year phase is the third, and the order of cold transformation in the lower is the first, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm, the disease by the middle cause is better treated with the pungent and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with sweet and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 5th-3rd and the 5th-9th, in the upper is Shaoyang, minister, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is fire year phase as greater Ji, and in the lower is Zhuyin, wind, wood to govern the earth. The order of fire transformation in the upper is the seventh, the order of fire transformation of the year phase is the seventh, and the order of wind transformation in the lower is the third, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, the disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sweet drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 6th-4th and the 6th-10th, in the upper is Yang Ming, dry, metal to govern the heaven, in the middle is earth year phase as lesser Gong, and in the lower is Shui Yin, monarch, fire to govern the earth. The wind transformation in domination and clarity transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, Qi transformation with the calamity in the fifth palace. The order of clarity transformation in the upper is the ninth, the order of rain transformation of the year phase is the fifth, and the order of heat transformation in the lower is the seventh, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and slightly warm drugs, the disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sweet drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 7th-5th and the 7th-11th, in the upper is Taiyang, cold, water to govern the heaven, in the middle is metal year phase as greater Shang, and in the lower is Taiyin, damp, earth to govern the earth. The order of cold transformation in the upper is the first, the order of clarity transformation of the year phase is the ninth, and the order of rain transformation in the lower is the fifth, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs, the disease by the middle cause is better treated with the pungent and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sweet and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 8th-6th and the 8th-12th, in the upper is Zhuyin, wind, wood to govern the heaven, in the middle is water year phase as lesser Yu, and in the lower is Shaoyang, minister, fire to govern the earth. The rain transformation in domination and wind transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, Qi transformation with the calamity in the first palace. The order of wind transformation in the upper is the third, the order of cold transformation of the year phase is the first, and the order of fire transformation in the lower is the seventh, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the bitter drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 9th-TH and the 9th-EST, in the upper is Shui Yin, monarch, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is wood year face as greater Jew, and in the lower is Yang Ming, dry, metal to govern the earth. The order of heat transformation in the upper is the second, the order of wind transformation of the year face is the eighth, and the order of clarity transformation in the lower is the fourth, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sour and cool drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sour and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 10th-TH and the 10th-RND, in the upper is Taiyin, damp, earth to govern the heaven, in the middle is fire year face as lesser G, and in the lower is Taiyang, cold, water to govern the earth. The cold transformation in domination and rain transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, Qi transformation with the calamity in the ninth palace. The order of rain transformation in the upper is the fifth, the order of fire transformation of the year face is the second, and the order of cold transformation in the lower is the first, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the salty and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sweet and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 1st-9th and the 1st-3rd, in the upper is Shaoyang, minister, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is earth year face as greater Gong, and in the lower is Zhuyin, wind, wood to govern the earth. The order of fire transformation in the upper is the second, the order of rain transformation of the year face is the fifth, and the order of wind transformation in the lower is the eighth, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the salty drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 2nd-10th and the 2nd-4th, in the upper is Yang Ming, dry, metal to govern the heaven, in the middle is metal year face as lesser Sheng, and in the lower is Shui Yin, monarch, fire to govern the earth. The heat transformation in domination and cold transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, Qi transformation with the calamity in the seventh palace. The order of dry transformation in the upper is the fourth, the order of clarity transformation of the year face is the fourth, and the order of heat transformation in the lower is the second, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and slightly warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the bitter and cold drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 3rd-11th and the 3rd-5th, in the upper is Taiyang, cold, water to govern the heaven, in the middle is water year face as greater U, and in the lower is Yin, damp, earth to govern the earth. The order of cold transformation in the upper is the 6th. The order of cold transformation of the year phase is the 6th, and the order of rain transformation in the lower is the 5th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the salty and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sweet and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 4-12th and the 4-6th, in the upper is jing, wind, wood to govern the heaven, in the middle is wood year phase as lesser Jew, and in the lower is Yang, minister, fire to govern the earth. The clarity transformation in domination and heat transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, Qi transformation with the calamity in the third palace. The order of wind transformation in the upper is the 3rd, the order of wind transformation of the year phase is the 3rd, and the order of fire transformation in the lower is the 7th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the pungent drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 5th-est and the 5th-7th, in the upper is Yin, monarch, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is fire year phase as greater Ji, and in the lower is Yang Ming, dry, metal to govern the earth. The order of heat transformation in the upper is the 7th, the order of heat transformation of the year phase is the 7th, and the order of clarity transformation in the lower is the 9th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sweet and cold drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sour and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 6th-2nd and the 6th-8th, in the upper is Yin, damp, earth to govern the heaven, in the middle is earth year phase as lesser Gong, and in the lower is Yang, cold, water to govern the earth. The wind transformation in domination and clarity transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil Qi transformation with the calamity in the 5th palace. The order of rain transformation in the upper is the 5th, the order of rain transformation of the year phase is the 5th, and the order of cold transformation in the lower is the 1st, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sweet drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sweet and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 7th-3rd and the 7th-9th, in the upper is Yang, minister, fire to govern the heaven, in the middle is metal year phase as greater Sheng, and in the lower is Jing, wind, wood to govern the earth. The order of fire transformation in the upper is the 7th, the order of clarity transformation of the year phase is the 9th, and the order of wind transformation in the lower is the 3rd, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the pungent and warm drugs, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 8th-4th and the 8th-10th, in the upper is yang ming, dry, metal to govern the heaven, in the middle is water year phase as lesser gong, and in the lower is shui yin, monarch, fire to govern the earth. The rain transformation in domination and wind transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil, chi transformation with the calamity in the first palace. The order of clarity transformation in the upper is the 9th, the order of cold transformation of the year phase is the 1st, and the order of heat transformation in the lower is the 7th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and slightly warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the bitter drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 9th-5th and the 9th-11th, in the upper is taiyang, cold, water to govern the heaven, in the middle is wood year phase as greater Ju, and in the lower is taiyin, damp, earth to govern the earth. The order of cold transformation in the upper is the 6th, the order of wind transformation of the year phase is the 8th, and the order of rain transformation in the lower is the 5th, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the bitter and warm drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the sour drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the sweet and warm drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the year with record of the 10th-6th and the 10th-12th, in the upper is Juyin, wind, wood to govern the heaven, in the middle is fire year phase as lesser Ji, and in the lower is Shaoyang, cold, water to govern the earth. The cold transformation in domination and rain transformation in anti-domination are the same, which is called the days having evil chi transformation with the calamity in the 9th palace. The order of wind transformation in the upper is the 8th. The order of fire transformation of the year phase is the 2nd, and the order of fire transformation in the lower is the 2nd, which is called the days having normal transformation. The disease by the upper cause is better treated with the pungent and cool drugs. The disease by the middle cause is better treated with the salty drugs for moderation, and the disease by the lower cause is better treated with the salty and cold drugs, which is called the proper indication of drugs and diet. In the years with definite record of 5, phase and seasonal 6, Qi, both the normal or abnormal and dominating or anti-dominating transformations have their own constant which must be observed. Therefore, in order to know the key of climate changes, the year record should be mastered, which can help settle the answer to the question, as otherwise it will be far off the mark. This is the information concerned. Emperor, good. Does the Qi of 5 phases also have the year with the anti-dominating Qi? Kaibo, when the Qi of 5 phases stagnates extremely, it will take a certain amount of time to emerge. Emperor, how can it emerge? Kaibo, 5 phases have their excessive Qi and insufficient Qi, and the emergence of anti-dominating Qi is different. Emperor, I'd like to know the details. Kaibo, excess of anti-dominating Qi leads to sharp emergence, while insufficiency of anti-dominating Qi leads to slow emergence. The sharp emergence causes severe diseases, while slow emergence causes moderate diseases. Emperor, what are the numbers denoting excess and insufficiency? Kaibo, The excessive qi has the number denoting development, while the insufficient qi has the number denoting generation. However, the number of earth phase always has the sole number denoting generating. Emperor, what about the emergence? Kaibo, when the qi of earth depression emerges out, the rocky mountains are shaken, thunder is crashing in the air intermingling, yellow and black dust is whirling and turning into white gas, the sharp rain is falling down onto the valleys, beating on the rocks and splashing back into the sky, the flood is inundating the field, the rivers are overflowing wildly, and scatty rocks are lying like animals. After the emergence of anti-domination qi, the qi of damp, earth is spreading and turning into timely rain. All the living things begin to germinate, grow, transform and ripen. Then people tend to suffer from heart fullness, abdominal distension, intestinal rumbling with frequent defecation, even heartache, hypochondria distension, vomiting, cholera, retention of fluid, watery diarrhea, general edema and heavy body. When the clouds are moving to the rain source, rosy clouds surround the rising sun at dawn, and dust fog is floating among the mountains. The emerging out of earthly qi is in the fourth seasonal qi. The clouds are flying throughout the mountains, on and off, or in and out. It is the omen of earth depression emergence. When the qi of metal depression emerges out, the sky is clear, the earth is bright, the wind is cool, the air stream is swift and the cool qi is rising. Then the smoky clouds are floating over the trees and grass, the dry qi is prevailing, and the gloomy fog is coming up over and over again. When the breaking qi in autumn is approaching, the trees and grass are withering and there is a metal whistling sound in the air. Then people tend to suffer from cough and qi reversal, heart fullness and hypochondria distension referred to the lower abdomen, frequent acute pain, failure to turn the body, dry pharynx, dusty face and bad complexion. In nature, the earth is covered with hoarfrost, and the emergence of metal stagnation is in the fifth seasonal qi. In the evening, white dew falls and there is a sad whistling sound in the woods, which is the omen of metal depression emergence. When the qi of water depression emerges, yang qi recedes while yin qi suddenly emerges, and the great cold arrives, in which rivers and lakes are frozen, cold air turns into frost and snow, even into yellow gloomy nebulae spanning among intermingling air, which becomes frost and the indication of depression can be seen with the water. Then people tend to catch cold invasion and suffer from heartache, waist and buttock pain, rigid large joints with difficulty in extending and flexing, frequent feeling of extreme cold, hard lumps and full abdomen. In nature, the sun fails to shine, a deep haze covers the sky and white dust is whirling everywhere. The emergence of water depression is between the phases of monarch, fire and minister, fire. The sky is deep and dark and qi is like scattered hemp, fades in and then fades out with black and yellowish color, which is the omen of emergence of water depression. When the qi of wood depression emerges, the gloomy sky is full of dust, clouds with other things are moving frantically and as great gale is blowing, which rips roofs, breaks trees and destroys all the plants. Then people tend to suffer from the pain of the stomach and heart area sticking, the hypochondria, obstruction of the throat, difficulties in swallowing and drinking, even tinnitus with vertigo, blurred vision with difficulty in recognition, and regular sudden syncope. There is dark dust whirling in the sky, with a monotonous color over the sky and mountains, the turbid air turning yellow and black with stagnation, and the horizontal clouds giving no bursts of rain. The emergence of wood depression is irregular. In the plain, grass is drooping, soft leaves turn over, whistling sounds are heard in the pines, and tigers are growling in mountain caves, which is the omen of emergence of wood depression. When chi of fire depression emerges out, there are expansive nebulae over the sky screening the sunshine, and flaming fire is prevailing and great summer heat arrives. Then mountains and lakes are scorched, trees are oozing sap, smoke is curling up from the houses, earth exposes the hoarfrost, the static water is being dried up, the wild grass is withering with yellow color, hot wind blowing results in the ambiguous speech, and damp, transformation is delayed. Then people tend to suffer from breathlessness, sores and swelling, the distension and discomfort of hypochondria, abdomen, chest, back, the face, head and forelimbs, ulcers and prickly heat, spasm of sinews and bone pain, joint pain and jerking, watery diarrhea and warm malaria, acute abdominal pain, continuous bleeding, red eyes and hot heart, vexation and dysphoria, and sudden death in those at high risk. At the end of time measurement in a day, great heat is covering and the sweat is leaking out of the pores in the body. The emergence of fire depression is fourth. Stirring is followed by calmness, extreme yang is converted into yin, and damp, transformation is distributed and implemented. Then flowers are blossoming when water is frozen, the mountains are covered with snow and ice, and flaming yang is seen rising from lakes in the south, which is the omen of emergence of fire depression. The reaction of depression in 5 phases is bound to show indications followed by emergence that all is depressed in the extreme till bursting out. The emergence of wood depression has no regular time, the one of water depression emerges around the periods of monarch fire and minister fire. After careful observation of climatic chi changes in the current phase, the diseases can be predicted. If the rules of seasonal phases are lost or year phase is reversed, the 5 phase of seasonal chi cannot rotate normally, and the administration of growth, transformation, harvesting and storage in the nature has no constant. Emperor, the emergence of water depression leads to hailstone and snow, the emergence of earth depression leads to heavy rain, the emergence of wood depression leads to destruction and breakage, the emergence of metal depression leads to clarity, and the emergence of fire depression leads to hot air and gloom. What is the cause behind the climatic changes? Kaibo, chi of 5 phases is either excessive or insufficient, and the emergence is either moderate or drastic. The moderate emergence influences the chi of the current phase while the drastic one affects its successive chi, by which the climatic changes can be predicted. Emperor, good. Why will the emergence of 5 phases of chi not occur in the proper phase? Kaibo, this is due to the difference of timing. Emperor, are there any days when this difference occurs? Kaibo, the difference appears about 30 days before and after the time of burst. Emperor, why will chi of the current seasonal phase arrive earlier or later? Kaibo, if the chi in the phase is excessive, it will arrive earlier, if insufficient, it will arrive later, both of these are normal. Emperor, what is the condition of the arrival of the chi in due time? Kaibo, there is no excess or insufficiency, indicating the chi arriving in due time, otherwise it will lead to calamity. Emperor, good. Why does chi have its transformation not in the due time? Kaibo, the excessive chi will dominate in its own phase while the insufficient chi will abdicate its domination to the chi that restrains itself. Emperor, the chi in 4 seasons will arrive earlier or later, higher or lower, and left or right, and how to predict it. Kaibo, the chi of the phases rotates reversely or smoothly and arrives slowly or quickly, so that excessive chi will transform earlier and insufficient chi will transform later. Emperor, I'd like to know how chi rotates. Kaibo, spring chi moves towards the west, summer chi towards the north, autumn chi towards the east, and winter chi towards the south. So, spring chi starts from the lower, autumn chi from the upper, summer chi from the center, and winter chi from the exterior. Also, spring chi starts from the left, autumn chi from the right, summer chi from the back and winter chi from the front. These are the normal movements of chi in 4 seasons. Thus, high in the space is often winter chi and down in the land is often spring chi, and these variations in movement must be carefully observed. Emperor, good. Yellow Emperor, 5, phase and 6, chi are reflected in the climatic phenomena. How are the 6 normal and abnormal changes of 6 seasons? Kaibo, the normal seasonal 6, chi involves the transformation and change, domination and retaliation, or benefits and harms. Which one do you want to know? Emperor, I would like to know all of them. Kaibo, please allow me to explain it. It is all concerned with the emergence of qi. The arrival of Zhuiyin carries peace, Shaiyin carries warmth, Taiyin carries dust and moisture, Shaoyang carries flaming summer, heat, Yangming carries cool and vigor, and Taiyang carries cold air, which is the essential of qi transformation in 4 seasons. The arrival of Zhuiyin turns into the source of wind to act as germination and growth, Shaiyin into the fire source to act as comfort and prosperity, Taiyin into rain source to act as development and growing up, Shaoyang into heat source to act as external movement, Yangming into decline source to act as maturation, and Taiyang into cold source to act as reaping and storage, which is the constant of executive transformation. When Zhuiyin arrives, it turns into growth and wind floating. When Shaiyin arrives, it turns into exuberance and formation. When Taiyin arrives, it turns into transformation, cloud and rain. When Shaoyang arrives, it triggers growth and prosperity. When Yangming arrives, it triggers storage and sealment, which is the constant of qi transformation. When Zhuiyin arrives, it produces wind and finally turns into declination. When Shaiyin arrives, it produces heat and finally turns into cold. When Taiyin arrives, it produces damp and finally turns into heavy rain. When Shaoyang arrives, it produces fire and finally turns into vapor and damp. When Yangming arrives, it produces dryness and finally turns into cool. When Zhuiyin arrives, it produces cold and finally turns into warmth. It is the constant of normal transformation. The arrival of Zhuiyin indicates transformation of hairy worms, the arrival of Shaiyin indicates transformation of winged worms, the arrival of Taiyin indicates transformation of naked worms, the arrival of Shaoyang indicates transformation of winged worms, the arrival Yangming indicates transformation of shell worms, and the arrival of Taiyang indicates transformation of scaled worms, which is the constant of worm transformation. The arrival of Zhuiyin means generation, the arrival of Shaiyin means exuberance, the arrival of Taiyin means moisturization, the arrival of Shaoyang means prosperity, the arrival of Yangming means hardening, and the arrival of Taiyang means storage, which is the constant of administrative transformation. When Zhuiyin arrives, there is gale and very cool air. When Shaiyin arrives, there is stirring heat and cold qi. When Taiyin arrives, there is thunder and stormy rain. When Shaoyang arrives, there is whirling wind, flaming fire and hoarfrost. When Yangming arrives, there is reduction of temperature and cooling. And when Taiyang arrives, there is cold snow and white dust. These are the constants of climatic changes. The arrival of Jueyin has the features of stirring, agitating, swaying and shaking. The arrival of Shaiyin features in high bright flame and brownish atmosphere. The arrival of Taiyin features in haze and white dust. The arrival of Shaoyang features in glowing light and red clouds with brownish atmosphere. The arrival of Yangming features in smoky dust, frost, vigor and plaintive sound. And the arrival of Taiyang features in hardness, sharpness and erectness. These are the constants of administrative transformation. In the period of Jueyin, people tend to have abdominal spasm. In Shaiyin, people tend to have sores, rash and fever. In Taiyin, people tend to have fluid retention and qi obstruction. In Shaoyang, people tend to suffer from sneeze, vomiting as well as sore. In Yangming, people tend to have edema and deficiency. And in Taiyang, people tend to have inflexibility of joints. They are the common diseases in these periods. In the period of Jueyin, people tend to have sticking pain in hypochondria. In Shaiyin, people tend to have fright, confusion, fearing cold, chills and delirium. In Taiyin, people tend to have accumulative fullness. In Shaoyang, people tend to have fright, dryness, blurred vision and drastic diseases. In Yangming, people tend to have rhinitis and the diseases of the buttocks, groin, knees, thigh, fibula, leg and feet. In Taiyang, people tend to have lumbago. They are the common diseases in these periods. In the period of Jueyin, people tend to have muscular spasm contraction. In Shaiyin, people tend to have depression, delirium and nosebleed. In Taiyin, people tend to have mild fullness, cholera, vomiting and diarrhea. In Shaoyang, people tend to have throat obstruction, tinnitus and severe vomiting. In Yangming, people tend to have chapped skin. In Taiyang, people tend to have night sweating and convulsion. They are the common diseases in these periods. In the period of Jueyin, people tend to have hypochondriac pain, vomiting and diarrhea. In Shaiyin, people tend to have excessive words and laughing. In Taiyin, people tend to have heavy body and edema. In Shaoyang, people tend to have fulminating diarrhea, cramp, convulsion and sudden death. In Yangming, people tend to have rhinitis and sneeze. And in Taiyang, people tend to have diarrhea, constipation and dysuria. They are the common diseases in these periods. In all these 12 changes, the relationship between nature and the 6 phases of qi is expressed as the essential reaction to essential influence, as transformative reaction to transformative influence, as dominative reaction to dominative influence, and as efficient reaction to efficient influence. The relationship between the 6 phases of qi and the diseases is expressed as the higher position to disease in the higher, as the lower to the lower, the back to the back, the front to the front, the center to the center, and the external to the external, which are all the constants. So, the wind predomination leads to stirring, heat predomination to puffiness, dry predomination to dryness, cold predomination to edema, and damp predomination to watery diarrhea and even dysuria and edema. The focus varies with the positions of 6 phases of qi. and the changes can be predicted. Emperor, I'd like to know the action of 6 phases of qi. Kaibo, 6 phases of qi act on the dominated qi for different transformation. Then rain transformation of Taiyang acts on Taiyang, cold transformation of Taiyang on Shaiyin, heat transformation of Shaiyin on Yangming, dry transformation on Juyin, and wind transformation on Taiying, which varies with its own phase to play its role. Emperor, how do 6 phases of qi get their phase respectively? Kaibo, when they get their phases respectively, there appears normal transformation. Emperor, I'd like to listen to their positions. Kaibo, when the positions of 6 phases of qi are recognized, the direction and the qi of dominating month can be known. Emperor, what is the excess or insufficiency of the 6 phases of qi? Kaibo, excess and insufficiency of qi are different in that the excessive arrives slowly and stays for a long time while the insufficient arrives suddenly and recedes quickly. Emperor, what is the excess or deficiency of heaven, governing qi, and earth, governing qi? Kaibo, when heavenly qi is insufficient, earthly qi ascends accordingly. When earthly qi is insufficient, heavenly qi descends accordingly while qi of year phase moves between 2 qi, often preceding it. There is contradiction if the qi of year phase doesn't dominate the seasonal qi, and there is harmony if the qi of year phase is the same as the seasonal qi. If there is variation with the outcome of intermingling of qi, various diseases will develop. Therefore, if the upper dominates, heavenly qi descends, while if the lower dominates, earthly qi ascends, the extent of which varies with the difference between the two. The smaller the milder, the larger the more severe, even leading to transposition. If the transposition is obvious, paroxysm of diseases will develop. It is said in the book The Chief Essentials that the more severe has 5 portions in its own while the mild has 7 portions in its own. Emperor, good. You mentioned that usage of heat drugs should avoid the heat and use of cold drugs should avoid the cold. How can I not avoid the heat or cold when using drugs? Kaibo, how carefully you ask the question. Relieving the evil from the exterior needn't avoid the heat while attacking the interior needn't avoid the cold. Emperor, if I don't adopt relieving or attacking therapy and still use the heat or the cold correspondingly, what will happen? Kaibo, the cold or heat will emerge as internal evil, and the illness will become more severe. Emperor, I want to know what the outcome is when healthy people were treated in this way. Kaibo, the person with no illness will get disease while the one with illness will suffer from a more severe disease. Emperor, how does the person with no illness get the disease? Kaibo, not avoiding the heat phase will lead to the arrival of heat, while not avoiding the cold will lead to the arrival of cold. When cold is arriving, hard lump, full abdomen, acute pain, and diarrhea develop. When heat is arriving, body fever, vomiting, cholera, carbuncle and sores, dizziness, depression, diarrhea, convulsion, swelling, distension, vomiting, stuffy nose, nosebleed, headache, joint deformity, muscular pain, bleeding, bloody stool, dripping urination and urinary retention can be seen as manifestations. Emperor, how to treat these diseases? Kaibo, the dominating qi in the current phase should be complied with while the violating qi to the current phase should be dominated. Yellow Emperor, can the drastic drugs be used to treat pregnant women? Kaibo, if there is disease, it causes no harm to pregnant women, and also no harm to the fetus. Emperor, what is the reason for this condition? Kaibo, the severe accumulation or large lumps can be attacked by drastic drugs, which should be stopped when the condition is relieved partly, otherwise it will result in death. Emperor, good. How to treat the severe disease due to qi depression? Kaibo, the disease with wood depression should be smoothed, the disease with fire depression should be dispersed, the disease with earth depression should be discharged, the disease with metal depression should be subdued, and the disease with water depression should be regulated, and then the qi should be adjusted with inhibitive drugs, which pertains to the dispersing therapy. Emperor, how about the diseases with complicated qi? Kaibo, if there is complicated qi, there is no contraindication. That is to say, when the host qi is insufficient, the guest qi can dominate. Emperor, what a brilliant theory of the sage! About the broad transformation between the heavens and the earth, the pace of the rotation, principles of qi intermingling, the rule of yin and yang administration, the action of cold and summer, heat, nobody but you can master it. Please allow me to store it in the numinous orchid room with title Official Record of 6 Phases of Qi. I dare not to record it without bathing and fasting first, and then I will write it down carefully as it has to be inherited carefully and passed down generations. Chapter 72. Acupuncture Therapy for Abnormal Qi, Phase. The original text has been lost. The original text has been lost since the Tang Dynasty version edited and annotated by Wang Bing. An article said to be Chapter 72 is provided in Appendix A of this book. Chapter 73. Root of Diseases. The original text has been lost. The original text has been lost since the Tang Dynasty version edited and annotated by Wang Bing. An article said to be Chapter 73 is provided in Appendix B of this book. Chapter 74. Great Theory on Crucial Principles. Yellow Emperor asked, there is shifting and integration of 5, qi with alternative access and deficiency, and I know this. There is respective administration of 6, qi to govern the heavens and the earth. How is the situation when the qi arrives? Kaibo kowtowed again and answered, what a clear question you've asked. This is the general law of the heavens and the earth and correspondence between humans and nature. Emperor, I'd like to know how bright integration with the upper qi and profound integration with the lower qi are. Kaibo, it is administered by the law of nature which also puzzles doctors. Emperor, I'd like to know its details. Kaibo, when Jing governs the heavens, qi is transformed into wind. When Yin governs the heavens, qi is transformed into heat. When Yin governs the heavens, qi is transformed into damp. When Yang governs the heavens, qi is transformed into fire. When Yang Ming governs the heavens, qi is transformed into the dry. And when Yang governs the heavens, qi is transformed into the cold. According to the visceral correspondence, the disease is named after the concerned viscera. Emperor, how is transformation concerned with earthly qi? Kaibo, it is the same as the heaven, governing qi, and so is the interval qi. Emperor, what does the interval qi mean? Kaibo, the qi responsible for the phases on the left and the right is called interval qi. Emperor, how to differentiate among them? Kaibo, the heaven, governing qi and the earth, governing qi dominate the qi of the year, while the interval qi is responsible for the phases of a year. Emperor, good. How is the situation with the host qi in a year? Kaibo, Jing, when governing the heavens, turns into wind transformation, governing the earth, into the sour transformation, governing the year phase, into the green, and governing the interval, into active transformation. Shi Yin, when governing the heavens, turns into heat transformation, governing the earth, into the bitter transformation with no qi of year phase, governing the interval, into burning transformation. Taiyin, when governing the heavens, turns into damp transformation, governing the earth, into the sweet transformation, governing qi of year phase, into yellow transformation, and governing the interval, into softening transformation. Shaoyang, when governing the heavens, turns into fire transformation, governing the earth, into the bitter transformation, governing the qi of year phase, into red transformation, and governing the interval, into bright transformation. Yang Ming, when governing the heavens, turns into dry transformation, governing the earth, into the pungent transformation, governing the qi of year phase, into plain transformation, and governing the interval, into the clarity transformation. Taiyang, when governing the heavens, turns into cold transformation, governing the earth, into the salty transformation, governing the qi of the year phase, into the black transformation, and governing the interval, into the storage transformation. Therefore, for treating any disease, the respective administration of 6, qi transformation, the generation of 5, flavor and 5, complexion, and the preference of 5 solid, viscera should be understood, and then the relationship of the excess or deficiency qi and the pathogenesis can be analyzed. Emperor, when Jing governs the earth, the sour transformation is preceded, and I know this. How about the movement of wind transformation? Kaibo, the wind prevails over the earth, indicating its root, and other qi is the same as the wind. Originating from the heavens, it is the qi of the heavens, originating from the earth, it is the qi of the earth. When heavenly qi and earthly qi are integrated, there appears the 6, qi, and all the things are created. It is believed that the optimal qi should be carefully observed so that no pathogenesis can be missed, which is the information concerned. Emperor, how to select the main drugs for the disease? Kaibo, the drugs are selected according to the qi of year phase, and there will be no missing ones. Emperor, why should the drugs be selected firstly according to the qi of year phase? Kaibo, because they can absorb the specific essence from the heavens and the earth. Emperor, how about the drugs bearing qi of 6, qi? Kaibo, the drugs bearing qi of 6, qi are the same as the drugs bearing the qi of year phase, and there is excess and deficiency in them. Emperor, how about the drugs that don't bear the qi of year phase? Kaibo, their quality is poor and can share the same texture with different grades. There are light or heavy flavors, stirring or calm property, more or less effect, and transient or profound action, and this is the information concerned. Emperor, the qi of yearly phase may damage the solid viscera. How is this explained? Kaibo, the damage will result from being dominated, which is the key. Emperor, how about the treatment? Kaibo, if the upper excessive qi dominates the lower, it is balanced by its dominating qi. If the external excessive qi dominates the internal, it is treated by its dominating qi. Emperor, good. How to treat the disease in a harmonious year? Kaibo, the aspect of yin and yang should be carefully observed and then regulated, aiming at balance. The conventional disease can be treated with the contrary method, while the unconventional disease can be treated with the non-contrary method. Emperor, you have mentioned that the aspect of yin and yang should be carefully observed and then regulated. It is said in the medical literature that the pulses of Yin and Kang correspond with each other, just like drawing two pieces of rope with the same length, which is termed normal pulse. How about the Kang pulse where yin is located? Kaibo, it can be observed through differentiating the administration of the south or the north. Emperor, I'd like to know the details now. Kaibo, in the year of north administration, Shui Yin in the earth has no correspondence on the Kang pulse, Jui Yin in the earth has no correspondence on the right pulse, and Tai Yin in the earth has no correspondence on the left pulse. In the year of south administration, Shui Yin governing heavens has no correspondence on the Kang pulse, Jui Yin governing heavens has no correspondence on the right pulse, and Tai Yin governing heavens has no correspondence on the left pulse. Whatever has no correspondent pulse can be observed in an opposite way. Emperor, how about the pulse in Qi region? Kaibo, in the year of the north administration, the triple yin in the lower have no correspondence on the Kan pulse while the triple yin in the upper have no correspondence on the Qi pulse. In the year of the south administration, the triple yin in the heavens have no correspondence on the Kan pulse while the triple yin in the earth have no correspondence on the Qi pulse. The left and the right pulses are the same. It is believed that knowing the key means catching everything while not knowing the key means catching nothing, which is the information concerned. Emperor, good. Qi of the heavens and the earth will excessively affect the interior. How is this so? Kaibo, in the year when Jui Yin governs the earth, the domination of the wind axis leads to gloomy earthly qi, dim wild field and early ripening of grass. Then people tend to have continuous chill, frequent stretching and yawning, heartache with sticking fullness, internal straining in hypochondria, anorexia, obstruction of pharynx and diaphragm, vomiting after eating, abdominal distension, frequent hiccups, being relaxed and feeling a sense of alleviation after defecation or flatus, and heavy body. In the year when Shui Yin governs the earth, the domination of excessive heat leads to blazing air over the rivers and lakes and brightness in the dim places. People then tend to have frequent rumbling, qi surging reversely up to the chest, panting, inability to stand for long, chill, fever disease, skin pain, blurred vision, toothache, swollen cheek, fearing cold and fever like malaria, pain in the lower abdomen, and bulging belly. Also, the hibernating insects are exposed. In the year when Tai Yin governs the earth, grass is flourishing early, the domination of damp leads to dusty rocky valleys, and the yellow turns into black over the earth indicating the mixture with the extreme yin of water. Then people tend to have fluid retention, heartache, deafness with dizziness, swollen pharynx, throat obstruction, genital disease with bleeding, pain and swelling in the lower abdomen, urinary retention, headache due to qi surging, bulging eyes, pulled neck, feeling of a broken waist, thigh failing to flex, popliteal fossa rigidity, and calf cramp. In the year when Shao Yang governs the earth, the domination of the excessive fire leads to flaming brightness over the wild field and alternative chill, fever. People then tend to have acute diarrhea with mucus and blood, pain in the lower abdomen, dark urine and even stool blood, and Shui Yin it is also characterized by similar findings. In the year when Yang Ming governs the earth, the domination of the dry leads to fog, coolness and gloom. People then tend to have frequent vomiting with bitter water, frequent sighing, inability to turn over due to heartache and hypochondriac pain, and even dry pharynx, dusty complexion, lusterless skin and feverish feeling in the exterior of feet. In the year when Taiyang governs the earth, the domination of excessive cold leads to severe bleakness and constriction. People then tend to have pain in the lower abdomen involving the scrotum, referred to the waist and spine, heartache due to upsurge, bleeding, swelling, sore throat and swollen chin. Emperor, good. How about the treatment? Kaibo, during qi governing the earth and the excessive wind invading the interior, the disease can be treated with the pungent and the cool, assisted with the bitter, moderated with the sweet and dispersed with the pungent. For the excessive heat invading the interior, the disease can be treated with the salty and the cold, assisted with the sweet and the bitter, astringed with the sour and dispersed with the bitter. For the excessive damp invading the interior, the disease can be treated with the bitter and the heat, assisted with the sour and the bland, dried with the bitter and discharged with the bland. For the excessive fire invading the interior, the disease can be treated with the salty and the cold, assisted with the bitter and the pungent, astringed with the sour and dispersed with the bitter. For the excessive dry invading the interior, the disease can be treated with bitter and the warm, assisted with the sweet and the pungent, and purged with the bitter. For the excessive cold invading the interior, the disease can be treated with the sweet and the heat, assisted with the bitter and the pungent, purged with the salty, moistened with the pungent and hardened with the bitter. Emperor, good. How about the changes of qi governing the heavens? Kaibo, when Yin governs the heavens, the domination of excessive wind leads to dusty and dim sky, wind blowing clouds, the coldness rising from the spring qi, and flowing water with no freezing. People then tend to have stomach pain involving heart, sticking pain up to the hypochondria, obstruction of diaphragm, anorexia, stiff tongue, vomiting after eating, cold diarrhea, abdominal distension, sloppy diarrhea, abdominal lump and urinary retention. The hibernating insects are exposed. The disease originates from spleen, and the exhaustion of Chongyang pulse indicates the incurable disease and death. When Yin governs the heavens, the domination of excessive heat leads to arrival of depressive heat and the fire qi prevailing in the administration. People then tend to have vexing heat in the chest, dry throat, fullness in the right armpit, skin pain, chill, fever disorder with cough and panting, with coming heavy rain, hemoptysis, blood stool, nasal obstruction, nosebleed, sneeze, vomiting and urine with dark color, and even sores, edema, pain in the shoulders, back, upper arm and supraclavicular fossa, heartache and lung distension, bulging abdomen with distension and fullness, and cough and panting. The disease originates from lung, and the exhaustion of Chi's pulse indicates incurable disease and death. When Yin governs the heavens, the domination of damp leads to heavy cold sky with spreading dark cloud, rain changing the dryness of grass and trees, as well as edema, bone pain, yin, impediment, which means having no obvious pressure pain point after pressing, pain in the waist, spine, neck and head, occasional dizziness, difficulty in defecation, impotence, hunger but anorexia, cough and spitting with blood, and feeling of having the heart in the mouth. The disease originates from kidney, and the exhaustion of pulse indicates the incurable disease and death. When Yang governs the heavens, the domination of excessive fire leads to the warm qi prevailing and restless status during the metal administration. People then tend to have headache, fever and fearing cold turning into malaria, heat surging on with skin pain, yellowish and reddish urine turning into water retention, edema of body and face, abdominal fullness, breathing with raised head, acute diarrhea with mucus and blood, sores, hemoptysis, vexation, vexing heat feeling in the chest, and even nasal obstruction and nosebleed. The disease originates from lung, and the exhaustion of tianfu indicates the incurable disease and death. When Yang Ming governs the heavens, the domination of the dry leads to late flourishing of trees, late growth of grass and internal changes of bone. People then tend to have pain in the left armpit and hypochondria, cold in the middle turning into malaria, cough, rumbling in the abdomen due to drastic coldness of the changing climate. The remaining trees are withering with the rotten bush in the lower and wilted grass leaves. People also tend to have sharp pain in the heart and hypochondria, inability to turn over, dry throat, dusty complexion, lumbago, hernia in males and pain in lower abdomen in female, blurred vision, canthosore, ulcer, sores, acne and carbuncles. Hibernating insects are exposed. The disease originates from liver, and the exhaustion of Tai Kong pulse indicates the incurable disease and death. When Tai Yang governs the heavens, the domination of the cold leads to the reversal arrival of cold qi with water freezing, and blood change in the middle turning into carbuncle and ulcer. People then tend to have reversal heartache, vomiting blood, bloody stool, nasal obstruction and nosebleed, and frequent vertigo and syncope. There is hot blazing fire and pouring rain and even hailstones. There is also fullness of the chest and abdomen, feverish feeling in hands, elbow spasm, swollen armpit, severe palpitation with feeling of heart pounding, discomfort of the chest, hypochondria and stomach, reddish complexion and yellowish eyes, frequent hiccup, dry throat, and even blackish complexion, and thirst with desire to drink water. The disease originates from heart, and the exhaustion of Shenmen pulse indicates incurable disease and death. Thus, the so-called dynamic pulse, qi can indicate the outcome of viscera. Emperor, good. How to treat it? Kaibo, as the qi governing the heavens, the disease due to domination of excessive wind can be treated with the pungent and the cool, assisted with the bitter and sweet, moderated with the sweet and purged with the sour. The disease due to domination of excessive heat can be treated with the salty and the cold, assisted with the bitter and the sweet, and astringed with the sour. The disease due to domination of excessive damp can be treated with bitter and the heat, assisted with the sour and the pungent, dried with the bitter and discharged with the bland. The disease due to more damp ascending with heat can be treated with the bitter and the warm, and assisted and astringed with the sour till inducing sweating. The disease due to domination of excessive fire can be balanced with the sour and the cold, assisted with the bitter and the sweet, astringed with the sour, dissipated with the bitter and restored with the sour. The disease due to excessive heat shares the same treatment. The disease due to domination of excessive dry can be balanced with the bitter and the moist, assisted with the sour and the pungent and purged with the bitter. The disease due to domination of excessive cold can be balanced with the pungent and the heat, assisted with the sweet and the bitter, and purged with the salty. Emperor, good. If evil qi dominates reversely, how to treat it? Kaibo, when wind governs the earth but is reversely dominated by the cool, the disease can be treated with the sour and the warm and assisted with the bitter and the sweet and balanced with the pungent. When heat governs the earth but is reversed by the cold, the disease can be treated with the sweet and the heat, assisted with the bitter and the pungent, and balanced with the salty. When the damp governs the earth but is reversely dominated by the heat, the disease can be treated with the bitter and the cold, assisted with the salty and the sweet, and balanced with the bitter. When the fire governs the earth but is reversely dominated by the cold, the disease can be treated with the sweet and the heat, assisted with the bitter and the pungent, and balanced with the salty. When the dry governs the earth but is reversely dominated by the heat, the disease can be treated with the even cold, assisted with the bitter and the sweet, and balanced with the sour, aiming at the harmony. When the cold governs the earth but is reversely dominated by the heat, the disease can be treated with the salty and the cold, assisted with the sweet and pungent, and balanced with the bitter, aiming at the harmony. Emperor, if qi governing the heavens is dominated by the evil, how about the treatment? Kaibo, when the wind is transformed in the heavens but is reversely dominated by the cool, the disease can be treated with the sour and the warm, and assisted with the sweet and the bitter. When the heat is transformed in the heavens but is reversely dominated by the cold, the disease can be treated with the sweet and the warm and assisted with the bitter, sour and pungent. When the damp is transformed in the heavens but is reversely dominated by the heat, the disease can be treated with the bitter and the cold and assisted with the bitter and the sour. When the fire is transformed in the heavens which are dominated by the cold, the disease can be treated with the sweet and the heat and assisted with the bitter and the pungent. When the dry is transformed in the heavens but is reversely dominated by the heat, the disease can be treated with the pungent and the cold and assisted with the bitter and the sweet. When the cold is transformed in the heavens but is reversely dominated by the heat, the disease can be treated with the salty and the cold, and assisted with the bitter and the pungent. Emperor, what are the situations about domination among 6 qi in order? Kaibo, the domination of Zhuyin leads to tinnitus, vertigo, and vexation with vomiting, and cold feeling in stomach and diaphragm. Gales blow frequently and naked insects fail to breed. People then tend to have qi accumulation of armpit and hypochondria turning into heat in the armpit and hypochondria, epigastric pain involving heart, sticking feeling over hypochondria, rumbling and diarrhea after indigestion, pain in the lower abdomen, diarrhea with mucus and blood, even vomiting, and obstruction of the chest and throat. The domination of Sheiyin leads to feverish feeling below heart, qi surging up from the navel and wandering in triple, qiao. There comes the flaming summer when sap is exuded from the trees and grasses withering. People then tend to have vomiting, restlessness, abdominal fullness and pain, sloppy diarrhea and even bloody dysentery. The domination of Taiyin leads to internal depression of the fire qi. People then tend to have internal sore and ulcer, spreading externally with the disorders in the armpit and hypochondria, even heartache, dysphagia due to heat, headache, throat obstruction and stiff nape. The domination of the damp leads to internal depression of the damp qi, cold evil oppressing lower qiao, pain lingering in the vertex referred to both brows, and stomach fullness. There is frequent rain and dry transformation. People tend to have fullness in the lower abdomen, heaviness and stiffness of the waist and buttocks, sexual dysfunction, frequent watery diarrhea, warm feeling in the soles, heavy head, edema of shank and foot, fluid retention in the upper and edema in the lower. The domination of Shaoyang leads to invasion of heat evil into stomach, vexation, heartache, red eyes, nausea, vomiting acid, frequent hunger, ear pain, dark urine, frequent fright and delirium. The climate suddenly becomes hot, leading to exhaustion, withering grass and water drying up, and beetles shrinking. People tend to have pain in the lower abdomen and dysentery with mucus and blood. The domination of Yang Ming leads to cool qi rising from the interior. People then tend to have the pain in the left armpit and hypochondria, loose diarrhea, stuffy throat internally, and swollen scrotum externally. With the constriction and inhibition of severe cool qi, there will appear discoloration of flowers over grass and trees, and hairy insects will die. There is discomfort in the chest and throat obstruction with cough. The domination of Taiyang leads to the arrival of congealing and chilly air, unexpected water freezing, and late breeding of winged insects. People then tend to have paroxysm of hemorrhoids and malaria, cold qi invading stomach and turning into heartache internally, genital sores, sexual dysfunction, referred pain between the pubis and thigh, spasm of sinews and muscles, congealing and constriction of blood vessels, collateral fullness with the altered complexion or bloody stool, skin edema due to oppressive fullness, abdominal fullness and poor appetite, heat qi surging reversely with the pain in the head, nape, fontanelles, vertex, and brain, and bulging eyes. The cold qi invades the lower jiao and turns into soggy diarrhea. Emperor, how to treat them? Kaibo, the disease by domination of Zhuiyin can be treated with the sweet and the clear, assisted by the bitter and the pungent, and be purged with the sour. The disease by domination of Sheiyin can be treated with the pungent and the cold, assisted by the bitter and the salty, and be purged with the sweet. The disease by domination of Taiyin can be treated with the salty and the heat, assisted by the pungent and the sweet, and be purged with the bitter. The disease by domination of Shaoyang can be treated with the pungent and the cold, assisted by the sweet and the salty, and be purged with the sweet. The disease by domination of Yang Ming can be treated with the sour and the warm, assisted by the pungent and the sweet, and be discharged with the bitter. The disease by domination of Taiyang can be treated with the sweet and the heat, assisted by the pungent and the sour, and be purged with the salty. Emperor, what is situation about the retaliation of 6, qi? Kaibo, what a detailed question you have asked. The retaliation of Zhuiyin leads to hardness and fullness in the lower abdomen, internal straining and acute abdominal pain. Trees fall down, sand and dust are flying, and naked worms cannot multiply. Then people tend to have angina pectoris, perspiration and vomiting, anorexia and vomiting immediately after eating, sinew spasm, vertigo, reversal cold of limbs, even evil qi invades spleen leading to dysphagia and vomiting. Exhaustion of Chongyang meridian indicates incurable disease and death. When Sheiyin retaliates, internal stuffy heat, restlessness, stuffy nose, sneeze, and colic in the lower abdomen can develop, with blazing fire spreading. Dry throat can develop, as can intermittent urination and defecation, with qi starting from the left and ascending to the right, cough, skin pain, sudden dysphonia, heart pain and unconsciousness can be manifested. Further manifestations include chill, fearing cold, shivering with teeth chattering, and delirium, with fever after cold subsiding. There develops thirst with desire to drink water, shortness of breath and bone flaccidity, obstruction of the intestines with constipation, external edema and hiccups. If the fire qi is transformed later, flowing water 1 T freeze, heat Qi will spread and then beetles 1 T multiply, then people tend to have miliaria, rash, sore, ulcer, carbuncles, acne and hemorrhoids. With heat evil invading lung, cough and chronic rhinitis can develop. The exhaustion of Tianfu pulse indicates incurable disease and death. When Taiyin retaliates, the damp Qi rises, leading to heavy body and middle fullness and dyspepsia. With Yin Qi ascending reversely, there develops discomfort in the chest, internal fluid retention in the middle, cough and panting with hoarseness. With heavy rain falling frequently, there develops vertex pain, especially with vertigo and convulsion, vomiting and indifference, spitting clear saliva. With damp evil invading kidney orifices, there develops incessant urination and defecation. The exhaustion of Taixi indicates incurable disease and death. When Shaoyang retaliates, great heat is arriving with dryness and blazing heat and beetles are reduced. Then people tend to have fright, convulsion, cough and bleeding, hard heat, dysphoria, frequent defecation, and fearing wind. With reversal Qi ascending, people develop dusty complexion and eye twitching. With internal emergence of fire Qi, oral erosion, vomiting and hiccup, hemorrhage and hematochezia can develop. With paroxysm of malaria, the patient will fear cold and chill and teeth chattering. With extreme cold turning into heat, dryness of throat collateral, thirst with desire to drink water and yellowish and reddish complexion, shortness of breath and weak pulse can be seen. With turning into water, there develops edema and the water can even invade the lung with cough and hematochezia. The exhaustion of Chi's pulse indicates incurable disease and death. When Yang Ming retaliates, the cool Qi rises greatly, the trees are withering away and caterpillars die of epidemics. Then people tend to have disorders in the armpit and hypochondria, with Qi remaining in the left side, frequent sighing and even heart pain, oppressive distension with diarrhea, vomiting bitter water, cough, hiccup and dysphoria can develop. With disorder in diaphragm, there develops headache, and even with evil Qi invading liver, there develops fright and sinew spasm. The exhaustion of Taikong pulse indicates incurable disease and death. When Taiyang retaliates, the cold Qi ascends, water turns into rain and ice and winged insects die. Then people tend to have cold in heart and stomach, discomfort in the chest and diaphragm, heartache and oppressive distension, headache with frequent sorrow, intermittent vertigo and syncope with poor appetite, pain of the waist and buttocks with inflexibility. While the earth is split, ice is hard, and sunshine is weak, people tend to have the pain in lower abdomen involving the scrotum, referred to the waist and spine. Qi surges up to heart leading to spitting of clear saliva and hiccups. An evil Qi invades heart leading to amnesia and frequent sorrow. The exhaustion of Shenmen pulse indicates incurable disease and death. Emperor, good. How to treat them? Kaibo, the disease by retaliation of Jueying can be treated with the sour and the cold, assisted with the sweet and the pungent, purged with the sour, and be moderated with the sweet. The disease by retaliation of Sheiyin can be treated with the salty and the cold, assisted with the bitter and the pungent, purged by the sweet, astringed by the sour, dispersed with the bitter and the pungent, and be softened by the salty. The disease by retaliation of Taiying can be treated with the bitter and the heat, assisted with the sour and the pungent, and be purged and dried by the bitter. The disease by retaliation of Shaoyang can be treated with the salty and the cold, assisted with the bitter and the pungent, softened with the salty, and be astringed with the sour and dispersed with the pungent. The dispersing treatment doesn't avoid the heat but does not violate the warm and the cool. That of Yin is the same as Yang. The disease by retaliation of Yang Ming can be treated with the pungent and the warm, assisted with the bitter and the sweet, purged with the bitter and supplemented with the sour. The disease by retaliation of Taiyang can be treated with the salty and the heat, assisted with the sweet and the pungent, and be hardened with the bitter. For any disease caused by retaliation, the cold one can be treated with the heat with the cold, the warm with the cool with the warm, the scattered with the astringent, the inhibited with the dispersed, the dry with the moist, the drastic with the moderate, the hard with the soft, the fragile with the hard, the decline with supplement, and the hyperactive with the purgative, in order to calm the qi accordingly, clearly and peacefully, so that the disease qi can be declined, and the original qi can return to its own position, which is the general regulation. Emperor, good. Qi has the division of the upper or lower, and how about it? Kaibo, Qi in the upper body has 3 divisions corresponding to the heavens, which is dominated by heaven, governing Qi. Qi in the lower body has 3 divisions corresponding to the earth, which is dominated by earth, governing Qi. Qi is named by the upper or lower body, and the focus of diseases is named by the Qi. As to the name of Hef, it is so-called heaven, pivot. Thus domination in the upper leads to disease in the lower, which is named by the earth, and domination in the lower leads to disease in the upper, which is named by the heavens. As to domination arriving above, it indicates that retaliating qi is inhibited with no surging. The retaliating qi arrival isn't differentiated by either the heavens or the earth, which is named by its own way. Emperor, is there any constant phase about the movement of dominating qi and retaliating qi? Does 6 qi have the necessary phase? Kaibo, the seasons have constant phase, but the movement of 6 qi has no necessary phase. Emperor, I'd like to know the reason. Kaibo, from the primary qi to the 3rd qi, the heavenly qi governs, which is the constant of dominating qi. From the 4th to the final qi, the earthly qi governs, which is constant of retaliating qi. There is dominating qi which must be followed by retaliating qi. There is no dominating qi, which means there must be no retaliating qi. Emperor, good. After the retaliating qi has subsided, the dominating qi returns. How is this so? Kaibo, the arrival of dominating qi is followed by retaliating qi that has no constant number, which will subside till decline of qi. The retaliating qi has subsided, the dominating qi returns, as otherwise there will be harm, due to which the vitality is damaged. Emperor, there comes the retaliating qi to cause diseases instead. Why? Kaibo, because the retaliating qi doesn't come at the due phase, it isn't harmonized with the host qi. When the retaliating qi overcomes the dominating qi, the host qi will dominate to cause disease instead, which pertains to the fire, dry and heat. Emperor, how about the treatment? Kaibo, among the diseases caused by the domination of 6 qi, the mild form can be observed and the severe one can be inhibited. For the disease by retaliating qi, the moderate form can be balanced and the violent one can be deprived. Whatever is done, the treatment should comply with the dominating qi and calm the inhibited qi with no limitation of the times, which aims at balancing the qi, and this is also the principle of the treatment. Emperor, good. How about the domination or retaliation between guest qi and host qi? Kaibo, guest qi and host qi have only domination but no retaliation. Emperor, how about the reversal and compliance? Kaibo, host qi dominating is associated with the reversal, while guest qi with compliance, which is the law of nature. Emperor, how about the pathogenesis of the diseases caused? Kaibo, when jing governs the heavens, the domination of guest qi leads to tinnitus and vertigo, even cough if severe, while the domination of host qi leads to pain in the chest and hypochondriac pain and stiff tongue with difficulty in speaking. When yin dominates the heavens, the domination of guest qi leads to stuffy nose, sneeze, stiff neck and nape, feverish feeling in the shoulders and back, headache, shortness of breath, fever, deafness, blurred vision, even edema, hemorrhage, sores, cough and panting. The dominating of guest qi leads to heart heat, vexation, even pain and sticking fullness of hypochondria if severe. When yin governs the heavens, the domination of guest qi leads to edema of head and face and panting. The domination of host qi leads to fullness of the chest and abdomen, and mental confusion after eating. When yang governs the heavens, the domination of guest qi leads to red eruption, erysipelas, sores, vomiting, throat obstruction, headache, swollen pharynx, deafness, hemorrhage and convulsion. The domination of host qi leads to chest fullness, cough, nodding respiration, even hemoptysis and hand heat. When yang ming governs the earth, the domination of guest qi leads to cooling qi redominating and remaining inside, even cough, nosebleed, pharyngeal obstruction, feverish feeling in the heart and diaphragm, lingering cough, and death if vomiting pale blood can be seen. When yang dominates the heavens, the domination of guest qi leads to discomfort of the chest, clear nasal discharge and cough if affected by cold. The domination of host qi leads to stridor in the throat. When jing governs the earth, the domination of guest qi leads to stiff large joints, spasm and cramp internally, and difficulty in movement externally. The domination of host qi leads to shaking and constriction of sinews and bones, and frequent pain of the waist and abdomen. When yin governs the earth, the domination of guest qi leads to lumbago, diseases involving the buttocks, thighs, knees, calf, tibia and feet with hot and sour feeling, edema and inability to stand for a long time, changes in urination and defecation. The domination of host qi leads to reversal qi surging up, heart pain, fever, oppression of diaphragm, paroxysm of various bi syndromes in armpit and hypochondria, incessant sweating and coldness of the forelimbs. When yin governs the earth, the domination of guest qi leads to flaccidity and heaviness of feet, frequent defecation and urination, retention of dampness in lower jiao, diarrhea, edema and genital diseases. The domination of host qi leads to reversal and full cold qi, anorexia, and even hernia. When yang governs the earth, the domination of guest qi leads to pain of the waist and abdomen, fearing cold, and even frothy urine and stool. The domination of host qi leads to reversal heat qi ascending involving heart with heart pain, fever, dysphagia and vomiting. The manifestation of yin is the same. When yang ming governs the earth, the domination of guest qi leads to cool qi activating in the lower abdominal hardness and fullness, frequent defecation and diarrhea. The domination of host qi leads to heavy waist, abdominal pain, cold feeling in lower abdominal region, sloppy diarrhea, reversal cold in the intestines surging up to the chest. even panting and inability to stand for a long time. When Taiyang governs the earth, the domination of guest qi leads to cold qi redominating and remaining inside, pain of the waist and buttocks, inflexibility of the extremities, and pain of the thigh, shank, feet and knees. Emperor, good. How to treat them? Kaibo, the upsurging should be inhibited, the descending be lifted, the excess be reduced, the insufficient be supplemented, assisted with benefit qi and regulated with the proper medication and diet. The host qi and guest qi can be harmonized peacefully, according to the adaptation to the cold and heat. The identified should be treated with reversal therapy while the opposite should be treated with compliance therapy. Emperor, the cold disease should be treated with the heat therapy while the heat be treated with the cold therapy. If host qi and guest qi are identified, the reversal should be applied, while if host qi and guest qi aren't identified, the compliance be applied. I know this. How to correct selection of medical flavors. Kaibo, at the stage of Jing, wind, wood as host qi, the disease should be treated with the sour for purgation and with the pungent for supplement. At the stage of fire of Shaiyin and Shaoyang as host qi, the disease should be treated with the sweet for purgation and with the salty for supplement. At the stage of Taiyin, damp, earth as host qi, the disease be treated with the bitter for purgation and with the sweet for supplement. At the stage of Yangming, dry, metal as host qi, the disease should be treated with the pungent for purgation and with the sour for supplement. At the stage of Taiyang, damp, earth as host qi, the disease should be treated with salty for purgation and with the bitter for supplement. At the stage of Jing as guest qi, the disease should be treated with the pungent for supplement, with the sour for purgation and with the sweet for moderation. At the stage of Shaiyin as guest qi, the disease should be treated with the salty for supplement, with the sweet for purgation and with the salty for astringency. At the stage of Taiyin as guest qi, the disease should be treated with the sweet for supplement, with the bitter for purgation and with the sweet for moderation. At the stage of Shaoyang as guest qi, the disease should be treated with the salty for supplement, with the sweet for purgation and with the salty for softening. At the stage of Yangming as guest qi, the disease should be treated with the sour for supplement, with the pungent for purgation and with the bitter for discharging. At the stage of Taiyang as guest qi, the disease should be treated with the bitter for supplement, with the salty for purgation and with the bitter for hardening, and with the pungent for moistening, in order to open interstitial striae and promote the qi communication of liquid and fluid. Emperor, good. I'd like to know what the three divisions of yin and yang are. Kaibo, there are different proportions and functions between qi of yin and yang. Emperor, what does yang mean? Kaibo, it means the brightness evolved from both Taiyang and Shaoyang. Emperor, what does Jing mean? Kaibo, it means the end evolved from Taiying and Shaiyin. Emperor, qi will be more or less, disease serious or mild, treatment drastic or moderate, and formula large or small. I'd like to know the guidance. Kaibo, since qi will be high or low, disease can be distal or proximal, syndrome internal or external, and treatment moderate or drastic, which is determined by the medicinal qi to take effect adequately. It is said in the chief essentials that there is one chief ingredient and two subordinate ingredients, which is called odd formula in regulation. There are two chiefs and four subordinates, which is called even formula. There are two chiefs and three subordinates, which is called odd formula. and there are 2 chiefs and 6 subordinates, which is called even formula. It is believed that the proximal disease should be treated with odd formula while the distal disease should be treated with even formula. Odd formula cannot be applied to promote sweating and even formula cannot be applied for purgation. Moderate formula should be applied to supplement and treat the upper, while the drastic formula should be applied to supplement and treat the lower. The thick flavor should be selected for the drastic, while the thin flavor should be selected for the moderate, which is determined by the medicinal qi to take effect. This is the information concerned. If the focus is distal while the ingredient acts on the way, the medication can be taken before or after meal, in order to have an effect on the focus of the disease, the guidance of which shouldn't be violated. Hence the principle for regulating qi is that the proximal disease should be treated first with odd and then even formula with small dosage of ingredients, while the distal disease should be treated first with odd and then even formula with large dosage of ingredients. Large formula contains fewer ingredients while small formula more ingredients. There are as many as 9 ingredients or as few as 2 ingredients in the formula. If odd formula cannot cure the disease, even formula can be applied instead, which is called compound formula. If even formula cannot cure the disease, ingredients with different properties from the disease can be selected, that is to say, the properties cold, heat, warm or cool of the medicinal are selected differently from that of disease. Emperor, good. Some diseases are caused by the root, and I know this. Some diseases are caused by the branch, and how to treat them. Kaibo, the disease opposite to the root is caused by the branch and the treatment also opposite for the root is the therapy for the branch. Emperor, good. How to observe the domination of 6, qi. Kaibo, it can be observed when 6, qi arrives. When cool qi arrives excessively, the dry is in domination, wind, wood is affected by evil and liver disease is caused. When heat qi arrives excessively, fire is in domination, metal, dry is affected and lung disease is caused. When cold qi arrives excessively, water is in domination, the fire is affected and heart disease is caused. When damp qi arrives excessively, the earth is in domination, the cold water is affected and kidney disease is caused. When wind qi arrives excessively, the wood is in domination, the damp earth is affected and spleen disease is caused. This is the effect of evil that leads to disease. If qi of the year phase is deficient, the evil is more serious. If seasonal qi is in disharmony, evil is also more serious. If the moon is waning, the evil is more serious. Being affected by evil repeatedly causes the disease to be critical. If there is dominating qi, there must be retaliating qi that comes. Emperor, how about the pulse coming when 6, qi is coming? Kaibo, if Jwayin is coming, the pulse appears stringy. If Shayin is coming, the pulse appears hooky. If Taiyin is coming, the pulse appears deep. If Shaoyang is coming, the pulse appears large and floating. If Yangming is coming, the pulse appears short and unsmooth. If Taiyang is coming, the pulse appears large and long. When qi arrives with the moderate pulse, it is normal. When qi arrives and the pulse is drastic, it is abnormal. When qi arrives and the pulse is opposite, it is abnormal. When qi arrives with no pulse to come, it is abnormal. If qi doesn't arrive but the pulse has come, it is abnormal. If yin pulse and yang pulse interchange their positions, it indicates crisis. Emperor, 6. Qi tends to branch and root in different ways. Why? Kaibo, qi can tend to the root, or to the branch and root, or not to the branch and root. Emperor, I'd like to know why. Kaibo, Shaoyang and Taiyang tend to the root, Shaiyin and Taiyang tend to branch and root, Yangming and Weiyandong tend to branch and root but to the middle. So, qi tending to the root can be transformed in the root, qi tending to the branch and root can be transformed in the branch and root, and qi tending to the middle can be transformed in the middle. Emperor, the pose seemingly is consistent with the disease, but in fact is opposite to it, so, how to make a diagnosis and schedule treatment? Kaibo, the pose appears to be consistent with the disease but doesn't beat forcefully, as it is for the false yang syndromes. Emperor, how is the pose for the false yin syndrome? Kaibo, the pose appears to be consistent with the disease but beats forcefully and in a drum-like way. As to the pathogenesis of all diseases, some originate from the root, some from the branch, or some from the middle qi. As to the treatment, some can be cured by treating the root, some by treating the branch, some by treating the middle qi, some by treating the branch and root. Some can be cured by the reversal therapy while some by compliance therapy. The so-called reversal therapy actually refers to normal treatment while the so-called compliance therapy actually means the complying treatment. So, it is believed that knowing branch and root ensures successful treatment, and understanding the reversal therapy and compliance therapy ensures correct treatment, which is the rule. If not knowing the rule, then diagnosis and treatment violate the medical classics. Hence, it is said in the chief essentials that the careless doctors tend to be self-satisfied and flatter themselves on understanding all diseases. Actually, there appears cold manifestation again before they finish discussion on heat syndrome. The same qi also has different manifestations, which can confuse and disturb the diagnosis and treatment, which are the rules concerned. Therefore, the theory of branch root is concise and comprehensive, and cover from small to large application. Analysis of one example can disclose the essential pathogenesis of all diseases. Discussion of branch root can help one master the rules, thus leading no harm. Observation of root branch can regulate the qi of diseases, and identification of dominating and retaliating qi can help set up a model for people to follow, which are all the laws of nature. Emperor, there are changes of dominating qi and retaliating qi. How is the early or late occurrence? Kaibo, in terms of domination, when the dominating qi arrives, the disease then occurs, and when the disease qi is accumulated, the retaliating qi is stirring. In terms of retaliation, the retaliating qi emerges in the end of dominating qi and is exuberant in due position. Since there are mild or severe dominating qi, there can be more or less retaliating qi. The moderate dominating qi leads to moderate retaliating qi, and the deficient dominating qi leads to deficient retaliating qi, which is the constant of nature. Emperor, when the dominating qi and the retaliating qi emerge, they will act in the improper position or arrive later than the due time, and what is the cause of this? Kaibo, the generation and transformation of qi are characterized by decline and exuberance. The effects of the cold, heat, warm, cool, decline and exuberance are all manifested in late months. Thus, the action of yang starts from the warm and exuberates in the summer, heat. The action of yin starts from the cool and exuberates in the cold. There is some difference among spring, summer, autumn and winter in order. Hence, it is said in the chief essentials that the warmth of spring turns into the heat of summer, the cool depression of autumn turns into cold anger of winter. With careful observation of the 4 late months and expectation of climatic qi in position, the termination can be observed and the initiation can be expected, which are the details concerned. Emperor, is there any time length for the difference? Kaibo, in total 3 days. Emperor, how is the reflection on the pulse? Kaibo, the pulse reflection of the difference is the same as the normal, and it will disappear as time passes by. It as said in the essentials of pulse. Pulse in spring isnt sunken, pulse in summer isnt stringy, pulse in winter isnt unsmooth, and pulse in autumn isnt rapid, which are called for stagnation of pulse. 2 sunken pulses abnormal, so is 2 stringy pulse, 2 unsmooth pulse, and 2 rapid pulse, irregular pulses abnormal, so is the repeated irregular pulse, pulse going with no qi going, and pulse not going with qi going. The contradictory pulse indicates death. Hence, the collaboration of qi and pulse is the governing, just like scale and weight with no loss of balance. It is believed that, if the qi of yin and yang is clear, there is generation and transformation, while if there is disturbance, the diseases arise, and this is the information concerned. Emperor, what do the darkness and the brightness mean? Kaibo, at the end of convergence between 2 yin, there is darkness, while in the combination of 2 yang, there is brightness. By the combination of darkness and brightness, there is difference of the cold and the heat. Emperor, what about the point of equinox and solstice? Kaibo, the arrival of qi is called solstice term, while the separation of qi is called equinox term. When arriving, qi is the same, while when separating, qi is different, which is the normal rule for transformation of the heavens and the earth. Emperor, Uve said that qi of spring and autumn starts early and qi of winter and summer starts late, which I have understood. However, 6 climatic qi rotates alternatively and qi of year phase isnt constant. How about the therapy of supplementation and purgation? Kaibo, when the upper and the lower dominates, respectively, varying according to the property, the correct selection of the ingredient is the key point. The interval qi on the left or the right is the same. It is said in the chief essentials that on Shaoyang dominating, the sweet is selected first and then the salty, on Yang Ming dominating, the pungent is selected first and then the sour, on Taiyang dominating, the salty is selected first and then the bitter, on Jueyin dominating, the sour is selected first and then the pungent, on Shaiyin dominating, the sweet is selected first and then the salty, and on Taiyin dominating, the bitter is selected first and then the sweet. Assisting with the proper ingredient and promoting the source of qi, it is called mastering qi. Emperor, good. All diseases are caused by wind, cold, heat, damp, dryness and fire, which are transformed into various conditions. It is said in the medical classics that the excess should be treated with purgation while the deficiency should be treated with supplementation. I have given this information to the doctors, but they haven't obtained the perfect therapeutic effect. I hope that the essential methods can be effective in practice, like the sound created when drumsticks beat on a drum, or like drawing out the thorn and cleaning the stain. There are inspection, inquiry, listening and smelling, and palpation. Can I know about this? Kaibo, the pathogenesis should be observed carefully without loss of proper qi, which is the principle. Emperor, I'd like to know what the pathogenesis is. Kaibo, any wind disease with vertigo and tremor is attributed to liver, Any cold disease with constriction is attributed to kidney. Any qi disease with full depression is attributed to lung. Any damp disease with edema and fullness is attributed to spleen. Any heat disease with dizziness and convulsion is attributed to fire. Any sore disease with pain and itch is attributed to heart. Any reversal disease with critical qi reversal with excretory obstruction and incontinence is attributed to the lower qi. Any disease with flaccidity, panting and vomiting is attributed to the upper qi. Any disease with lockjaw, shivering and chattering is attributed to fire. Any disease with convulsion and stiff nape is attributed to damp. Any reversal disease with surging upward is attributed to fire. Any disease with distension and big abdomen is attributed to heat. Any disease with restlessness and mania is attributed to fire. Any sudden disease with body rigidity is attributed to wind. Any disease with noise or drum-like sounds by palpation is attributed to heat. Any edema disease with ache, pain, and fright is attributed to fire. Any disease with spasm, opisthotonos and turbid excretory fluid is attributed to heat. Any disease with clear and cold excretory fluid is attributed to cold, and any disease with vomiting acid, explosive diarrhea and tenesmus is attributed to heat. Therefore, it is said in the chief essentials that the pathogenesis should be observed carefully and the respective attributes should be identified. The cause should be found for the manifestation and also for cases with no obvious manifestation. The exuberance should be analyzed carefully and the deficiency should also be analyzed carefully. The domination of 5 elements should be differentiated, and the blood and qi should be soothed and regulated for distribution and harmony. This is pathogenesis. Emperor, good. What is the action of the 5 flavors with yin or yang? Kaibo, the pungent and sweet flavors with dispersing action correspond to yang, the sour and bitter with action of vomiting and excretion to yin, the salty with action of vomiting and excretion to yin, and the bland with action of drainage and diarrhea to yang. These 6 have actions of astringing or dispersing, moderate or drastic, drying or moistening, and softening or hardening, which can be applied aiming at improvement in order to regulate and harmonize the qi. Emperor, some diseases can be cured not by regulating qi. How to treat them? How are toxic or non-toxic drugs applied, and how is the time order? I'd like to know its principle. Kaibo, the application of toxic or non-toxic drugs depends on the conditions, and the dose should be determined according to the formula regulation. Emperor, please introduce the formula regulation. Kaibo, there is 1 chief ingredient, 2 subordinates and 5 assistants in a small formula, 1 chief and 3 subordinates in a middle formula, and 1 chief, 3 subordinates and 9 assistants in a large formula. The cold should be treated with the heat method, the heat with the cold, the mild with reversal, the severe with compliance, the hard with breaking, the invading with elimination, the exertion with the warm, the binding with the dispersing, the retention with attacking, the dry with the moistening, the acute with the moderate, the diffusive with the astringent, the damage with the warm, the flaccid with the activation, and the fright with the calming. Other methods include the ascending, descending, massage, bathing, reducing, removing, opening and dissipating, which are applied based on the pathologic conditions. Emperor, what are the reversal and compliance treatments? Kaibo, the reversal method is the ordinary treatment, while the non-contrary method is the extraordinary treatment. The extent of the extraordinary treatment depends on the pathologic conditions. Emperor, What is the contrary treatment? Kaibo, that includes treating the disease due to heat with the cold, treating the disease due to cold with the heat, treating the obstructive with the tonic, and treating diarrhea with the purgation. In order to control the root of the diseases, the original cause should be identified first. At the very beginning, the property of medication is similar to the disease, but the outcome can show that they are different. Thus, the contrary method can be applied to break the mass, erode the heart, harmonize the qi and cure the disease in the end. Emperor, good. How to treat the disease that can be cured by regulating qi? Kaibo, that is the reversal or compliance method, or the reversal first and then the compliance, or the compliance first and then the reversal, which can soothe and distribute qi and further regulate qi. Emperor, good. The disease has internal and external aspects, and how to treat them? Kaibo, any disease from the internal to the external can be treated with internal regulation. Any disease from the external to the internal can be treated with external regulation. Any disease from the internal to the external with external exuberance can be treated by internal regulation and then external treatment, and any disease from the external to the internal can be treated with external treatment and then internal regulation, and if the internal and external aspects of the disease are independent of each other, the main aspect of the disease can be treated. Emperor, good. When the disease with fire, heat recurs, there will be fearing cold and fever, and some of these aspects are similar to malaria occurring every day or every few days. What is the cause for this? Kaibo, when dominating qi and retaliating qi meet, there is a difference in the proportion of yin and yang. If there is more yin qi and less yang qi, the attack occurs for a longer time, while there is more yang qi and less yin qi, the attack occurs for a shorter time. It is the result of struggle between dominating qi and retaliating qi as well as the key of exuberance and decline, which is the same as in malaria. Emperor, it is said in the medical classics to treat the cold with the heat and to treat the heat with the cold, and that no doctor should ignore the principle and change the convention. If the case with heat still has the heat after cold treatment, the case with cold still has the cold after heat treatment, or the case has both the diseases that are further complicated by new disease, how to treat them? Kaibo, if any patient develops the heat after cold treatment, the treatment should be directed to yin, while if there is development of cold after heat treatment, the treatment should be directed to yang, which is the selective treatment based on the attribute. Emperor, good. There develops the heat after the cold medications while the cold after heat medications, and what is the cause? Kaibo, it is the treatment only for the most exuberant qi that causes the reversal outcome. Emperor, what is the cause for the similar outcome after treatment not for the most exuberant qi? Kaibo, what a detailed question your Majesty has asked. That is caused by the treatment not being directed to the attributes of 5 flavors. After they are taken into stomach, the 5 flavors enter the viscera which correspond to the soiled viscous, respectively. So, the sour firstly enters liver, the bitter firstly enters heart, the sweet firstly enters spleen, the pungent firstly enters lung, and the salty firstly enters kidney. After a long time, the 5 flavors can increase visceral qi, which is the convention of material transformation. However, if visceral qi is increased for too long, it may be the cause of death. Emperor, good. The ingredients in the formula are categorized into the monarch and the minister, and what is their mechanism? Kaipo, the ingredients for main aspects of disease are called the monarch, the ones assisting the monarch are called the minister, and the ones guiding are called guide, which are different from the three grades of medicinal properties. Emperor, what are the three grades of medicinal properties? Kaipo answered, this is the classification for distinguishing the good and bad property of medicinals. Emperor, good. How to treat internal and external aspects of the disease? Kaipo, the principle for correcting the qi of diseases necessarily depends on distinguishing yin from yang, differentiating internal from external aspects of the disease, and following the respective treatment for the different locations. The internal should be treated internally, the external treated externally, the mild treated with adjustment, the severe treated with inhibition, the hyperactive treated with extinguishment, and the sweating treated with purgation, according to the property of cold, heat, warm and cool. The qi of diseases can be decreased specifically, varying with the conditions. If these principles are observed carefully, it will ensure effectiveness of therapies, harmony of qi, blood and a longer life span. Emperor, good. Chapter 75. Elucidation of perfect teaching. When Yellow Emperor sat in the bright hall, he summoned Li Gong and asked him, do you understand the fundamentals of medicine? Li Gong answered, I have read the books about it, but I can hardly understand it. Even though I can elucidate it, I can hardly analyze it. Even though I can analyze it, I can hardly understand it. Even though I can know it, I can hardly apply it. Hence, with my knowledge available, I can only treat my common officials, but I am not qualified to treat the kings and the nobles. I hope I can be taught about the measurements of celestial motion, comprehension of 4 seasons and yin-yang, and differentiation of stars, the sun and the moon, by which the medical theory and practice can be developed and become perfect in the later generations. Thus, the medicine can tally with Sheneng and reach the level it was during the reign of the 2 emperors in ancient times. Emperor said, good. These fundamentals must not be lost because they are the collaboration among yin and yang, exterior and interior, ups and downs, or males and females. Moreover, if astronomy in the upper, geography in the lower and the human affairs in the middle can be mastered, the medical knowledge can last long and be taught to common people without any puzzles. Thus, the medical principles and theories can be passed down to the generations to come as treasures. Li Gong said, please instruct me on the medical principles, and let me read and understand them well. Emperor, haven't you heard of the book Transmission of Yin Yang? Li Gong, no. Emperor, the third yang will follow the law of heavens, and if it moves up and down irregularly and is combined leading to diseases, they will cause the unbalance of yin and yang harmfully. Li Gong, the arrival of third yang cannot be halted. I'd like to know the explanation behind this. Emperor, the third yang arrives alone, which is actually the simultaneous arrival of third yang, just like wind and rain. They cause head diseases in the upper and incontinence in the lower. Because this kind of disease has no external signs, no internal regular changes and no compliance with transmission rule, there is no definite diagnosis for the upper or lower location. Thus, the disease can be differentiated according to the details given in the medical book. Li Gong, I treated this kind of disease with few cures, which is caused by my rough understanding of the medicine after all. Emperor, The third yang is the extreme yang. Their accumulation and combination can cause the frightening disease. The onset of the disease is like a swift wind while the peak is like a thunderbolt, accompanied by 9 blocked orifices and overflowing yang to cause dry larynx and obstructed throat. If evil is combined with yin, there will develop diseases irregularly both up and down, and if attacked in the lower, there will be dysentery. The so-called third yang surging too hard leads to the failure of standing up after sitting and not feeling comfortable after lying down. Yet in order to know nature and human, one should know the difference between yin and yang, the compliance with 4 seasons and combination of 5 elements. Ligong, I cannot differentiate it when you instruct me plainly and cannot comprehend it when you instruct me cryptically. So, please allow me to stand up to listen to you and understand the supreme principle. Emperor, if you have received an instruction but cannot know how to integrate it with the supreme principle, you might doubt the teaching. Hence I'd like to tell you the supreme fundamentals. There is the instance that 5 solid viscera are impaired by the disease and then sinews and bones are consumed. If you cannot understand and differentiate them, the ancestral medicine will have been lost. For example, if kidney, post-chi is exhausted, the patient will feel depressive and become worse at dusk, be unwilling to go out due to lassitude and even be reluctant to meet people. Chapter 76. Administration of Reasonable Analysis. Yellow Emperor was sitting greatly and summoned Ligong and asked him, "You have learned medicine, recited the medical books and even read comprehensive books, so that you can draw analogies and give an overall consideration. Please tell me your medical expertise on 5 solid viscera and 6 hollow viscera like gallbladder, stomach, small or large intestine, spleen, womb and bladder as well as brain, marrow, snivel and saliva, emotions like crying, weeping, sadness and sorrow, and the fluid circulation in the body. All of them are factors for all human beings to live by, and the doctors can easily make mistakes in these conditions. You must fully understand the knowledge to make your medical practice perfect, as otherwise you will receive complaints from patients in the world." Ligong said, "Though your humble servant has recited many chapters in the upper and lower volume of the post-classics, I haven't applied the method through drawing the analogy perfectly, let alone fully understand all the medical theory. Emperor, please tell me the knowledge about, beyond what is given in the upper and lower volume of the post-classics, the pathology of 5 solid viscera, disharmony of 6 hollow viscera, side effect of acupuncture therapy, indication of poisonous drug, and property and flavor of thin and thick medical wine. Please state the details in a concrete manner and give the answers to the questions in detail, and also tell me something you don't know." Ligong, the deficiencies of liver, kidney and spleen can all cause heavy body and vexation, and the diseases can be medicated with drugs, acupuncture, moxibustion, stone needles, and thin medical wine, by which some can be cured but some not. I want to know the solution. Emperor, you became a minister at a certain age but ask such inferior questions. Maybe the real question I asked isn't suitable for you. After I ask you the quite profound questions, you can only answer me with the knowledge from the upper and lower volume of the post-classics. Why is this so? The case with spleen disease has deficient and floating pus like lung pus. The case with kidney disease has small and floating pus like spleen pus, and the case with liver disease has the deficient and floating pus like kidney pus. all of which the doctor tends to make errors in looking at and so should be analyzed reasonably. As to the three solid viscera, spleen, liver and kidney, they are located near together. This is known even to kids. Why do you ask about this? Ligong, there is the patient with headache, sinew spasm, heavy bone, timidity, less qi, belching, abdominal fullness, usual fright and failing to sleep. Which solid organ is involved in these disorders? The pulse was floating and stringy and firm as stone under heavy pressure. I cannot understand the mechanism, and so I asked the questions concerned with the three solid viscera again in order to know the differentiation by comparison. Emperor, it just requires consideration through unhurried and reasonable discussion. For the elderly, the treatment focuses on hollow viscera, for the young, on the meridians, and for adults, on the solid viscera. Now what you have said is all wrong. It is associated with stagnated heat of 8 winds, which damages the functions of 5 solid viscera and can be transmitted in the body. Here, the floating and stringy pulse is due to kidney deficiency, sunken and stone-like pulse is due to internal stagnated kidney qi, timidity with less qi is due to blockage of waterway and dispersed physique qi, and cough with vexation is due to reversal kidney qi. The morbid qi of the body is just rooted in soul solid viscous. If it is said that the disease is associated with the three solid viscera, it doesn't tally with the medical principle. Ligong, there is another case where the patient has 4 heavy and flaccid limbs, panting, cough and bloody stool, which was wrongly diagnosed by me as lung damage with floating, large and deficient pulse. I didn't dare to treat for the case. But an inferior doctor instead gave the stone needle treatment for it, and finally the disease was actually cured after some more bloody stool was passed, and later the patient was relaxed after bleeding stopped. What is the disease? Emperor, you could have treated the disease and have gained much knowledge, but you failed in treating the disease. It is like wild geese flying with slowly beating wings and also can hover high in the sky. The doctor as the saint can follow the principles and accord the measurement, have differentiation by comparison, and make analysis and apply principles broadly. Observing the upper can actually help in knowing the lower. And you needn't consider the meridians qi in a mechanical way. Now the floating, large and deficient pulse indicates the external exhaustion of spleen qi that leaves stomach to be combined into yang ming. Since stomach fire cannot dominate spleen water, the pulse becomes disordered leading to loss of the routine pulsation. The 4 heavy and flaccid limbs indicate dysfunction of spleen essence. Panting and cough indicate water qi combined into yang ming meridian. Bloody stool indicates the vessel spasm, and blood has no normal way to flow. If you diagnosed it as lung damage, it is a mistake that will result in serious outcome. There is no differentiation by comparison, which is in fact due to being blind to the truth. However, lung damage manifests in dysfunction of spleen qi, turbidity of stomach qi, abnormality of meridians, damage of genuine solid viscera, exhaustion of meridian qi, leakage of 5 solid viscera qi, and there will be either nose bleeding or vomiting blood, which is obviously distinguished from spleen damage. It is just like the heavens having no shape and the earth having no borderline as well as inverting black and white. It is my fault that I thought you had known it and so I needn't instruct you. The analogous and logic differentiation cited from unhurried reasonable analysis is the classic text for diagnosis, and it is an absolutely essential medical principle. Chapter 77. Listing and analysis of 5 diagnostic errors. Yellow Emperor asked, "Oh, how profound the medical theory is! It is so subtle as if gazing down into the abyss or looking up to the floating clouds. The abyss can be measured, while it is impossible to know the limit of floating clouds. The medical technique of the sage is the model to serve the people. All their clinical analysis and judgment will follow the principles, refer to the classics and abide by the regulation, in order to perform medical practice and bring benefit for the people. Thus, there are regulations of 5 faults and 4 virtues in medicine. Have you heard of this?" Li Gong moved back and kowtowed once and again to say, "I am rather young, ignorant and puzzled, so I haven't heard of 5 faults and 4 virtues. Though I can categorize the diseases according to their symptoms and terms, I tend to cite the evidence from the classics aimlessly and actually haven't got any idea on how to answer your question." Emperor said, "Prior to diagnosis, a doctor should inquire about the history of the patient. If the patient used to be noble and is now humble, though without being attacked by evil, he will have got the disease from the internal, termed loss of nourishment. If he used to be rich and is now poor, the disease is termed loss of essence. The chi of 5 solid viscera is stagnated so that there will be complicated occurrence of disease. When the doctor is going to diagnose the disease that has no involvement of the viscera and no manifestations in the physique, he remains uncertain about diagnosis and cannot define what the disease is. The patient will lose weight day by day, suffer from qi deficiency with no essence, and severe disease with no qi, and develop continuous chill and fright. The reason for the deterioration of the disease is due to the external exhaustion of the defense qi and internal depletion of the nutrition qi. The doctor's neglect is that he doesn't inquire about the condition of the disease adequately. This is the first fault of the diagnosis and treatment. When diagnosing the disease, the doctor should inquire about the diet, housing and other life conditions. Any sudden joys and bitterness or joy followed by bitterness can all damage and even exhaust the essence qi completely, leading to deterioration of the physique. Sudden rage can impair yin, while sudden joy can impair yang, and the consequent qi reversal will ascend and overfill the meridians while the spirit leaves the physique. When an unqualified doctor treats the disease, he is unable to select the proper supplement or purging method as well as know the pathologic conditions, so the patient will suffer loss of essential qi day by day, causing evil qi to accumulate. This is the second fault of diagnosis and treatment. A doctor good at pulse taking should categorize symptoms, distinguish the common and uncommon ones and know the conditions by logic analysis. If any doctor fails to know the rules, his diagnosis or treatment has no value certainly. This is the third fault of diagnosis and treatment. There are 3 routines for diagnosis including inquiries about the noble or humble rank, official promotion or demotion, and whether he possesses ambition for a duke or a king. So, a noble person who loses the power and influence, though not being attacked by evil, will have internal emotional damage and his general health must be deteriorated. Any person experiencing wealth and consequent poverty, though not damaged by evil, can also develop withering skin, sinew spasm, flaccid leg and even contracture. If the doctor cannot advise the patient strictly and change their mind, and just yields to the patient as preference, it will cause the condition to worsen, so that the disease cannot be relieved and the treatment has no effect. This is the fourth fault of diagnosis and treatment. Whenever diagnosing the diseases, the doctor should know the onset and end of the disease as well as the other factors concerned with the disease. When inquiring into the history and taking pulse, the different features of male or female patients should also be taken into consideration. Separation from friends and family and endless memory will cause disturbance of anxiety, fear, joy and anger, deficiency of 5 solid viscera, and depletion of blood and qi. If a doctor doesn't know them, what is the point in his medical technique? Anyone who was once rich will have severe impairment of spirit, causing damage to the sinews and meridians. Though the patient can still walk about, there will be no production of body fluid, so, the old impairment and stagnation will cause qi, blood to be retained in yang aspect, leading to pus accumulation and the intermittent attack of heat and cold. When an unskillful doctor treats this kind of disease, he will needle yin-yang meridians time after time, resulting in body collapse and spasm of 4 limbs and hastening of death. For this disease, the doctor can neither understand the condition nor inquire about the cause of disease, and he can only predicate the date of death. He is really a kind of quack doctor. This is the fifth fault in diagnosis and treatment. All the 5 faults above are caused by careless learning of medical technique and unawareness of social and personal life. It is believed that when the sage treats diseases, he should be familiar with yin-yang of the heavens and the earth, orders of 4, season, 5 solid viscera and 6 hollow viscera, yin-yang and exterior-interior of meridians, and indications of acupuncture, moxibustion, stone needle and indication of drugs. He must also have enough social experience to understand the classical principles, distinguish the features of the noble or humble and poor or rich to differentiate the nature of diseases, and inquire the age of the young or the old patient to know the condition of being strong or weak. He should observe the part of the abnormal complexion and know the onset and end of the disease combined with information of 8 winds and 9 pulse, taking locations, so his diagnosis and treatment will be relatively perfect. The key principle of treatment is to emphasize the qi status in the body and hence seek the root of the disease. If this fails, its pathological changes are located between the exterior and interior. The doctor should apply the treatment based on the condition of blood and qi and stick to the principles of acupuncture. In this way, the doctor shall make no mistakes in his medical career. If not knowing the principle of acupuncture, it will cause heat stagnation and accumulation in the 5 solid viscera and carbuncles in the 6 hollow viscera. Diagnosing carelessly is called loss of routine. The doctor should cautiously follow the principles is in accordance with principles in the classics, the upper set of classics and the lower set of classics. If a doctor can ponder yin and yang, differentiate common and uncommon diseases as well as the changes of the 5 solid viscera, judge complexion on Mingtang, and integrate the onset and end, he can practice medicine in an invincible manner. Chapter 78 Precautions for 4 Diagnostic Faults. Yellow Emperor was sitting in the bright hall with Li Gong beside him. Yellow Emperor said, "You are proficient in many books and have undergone many practices. Please introduce your experience about the success and failure, and explain why it is successful and why it failed." Li Gong answered, "I learned the specialty from the classical books and former teachers. Though they are known for perfect knowledge, they still make some faults and errors clinically. please explain the reason behind this for me. Emperor said, is it because you are young and your intelligence hasn't matured? Is the classical analysis interfered by incorrect view of crowd? There are 12 meridians and 365 collaterals, which are known to all and applied by all doctors. The so-called imperfect effect is attributed to no concentration, no regular thinking and no harmony between the external and the internal, leading to puzzles and errors. The doctors don't know the reversal and compliance of yin and yang in diagnostics, which is the first cause of failure in the treatment. The student is not proficient in the teacher's instruction and becomes infatuated with informal techniques, takes the wrong as the right, concocts various excuses with self-content, and wrongly uses stone needles, leading to sequelae, which is the second cause of failure in the treatment. The doctor does not know the difference between house condition and life status among the poor or rich, noble or humble, as well as physical cold or warm. He cannot distinguish the proper diet for patients, nor identify individual braveness and timidity, and he does not know the analogy comparison, so this can disturb his medical thinking and reasonable analysis in clinical practice, which is the third cause of failure in the treatment. When diagnosing the disease, the doctor ignores the onset of the disease, ill emotion and improper diet, indulgence of daily life or impairment due to toxin during history taking, which is preceded by examination including palpating concau. Thus, how can the correct diagnosis be made? So instead, the wrong diagnosis and the related terms are given carelessly, which is the fourth cause of failure in the treatment. Therefore, some doctors at present are content to talk freely and endlessly, but in fact they have no elucidation about qi and kun and no consideration about human affairs closely. The principle for clinical treatment is to concentrate attention calmly and firmly. If the doctor feels the concau pulse hastily after sitting, he can be blind to 5 pulses and the various causes of different cases. Then he begins to blame himself, and even attributes this failure to his teachers. Hence, his treatment cannot follow the proper principle and so will be distrusted by the mass of patients. However, he will be satisfied with his occasional success in his careless clinical treatment. Ah! How mysterious and delicate the medical knowledge is! Who can really master its truth? The law of medicine is comprehensive, which can be compared to the heavens and the earth as well as 4 seas. If you don't realize it, I can tell you the truth so that you can be enlightened from the blurred world. Chapter 79. Categorization of Yin and Yang. On the first day of spring, Yellow Emperor was sitting in great state to observe the 8 directions and inspect 8 winds. Emperor asked Li Gong, in terms of categorization of Yin and Yang and the fundamental of meridians, which one is the most important among 5 solid viscera? Li Gong answered, spring is categorized as the first and second in heavenly stem, as well as wood element in green, which corresponds to liver and governs 72 days in spring. Then liver pulse is the main manifestation. So, I think liver is the most important. Emperor said, through reading the upper set of classics and the lower set of classics involving yin-yang and reasonable analysis, the most important one that you regard is actually the most inferior. After fasting for 7 days, Li Gong sat beside the emperor again in the morning. Emperor said, the third yang is the cardinal meridian, the second yang is the linking meridian and the first yang is the free meridian, by which the start and termination of qi from 5 solid viscera can be informed. The third yin is the exterior meridian, the second yin is the interior meridian, and the first yin is the start and termination of meridian, like moon waxing and waning, which reflects the moving phase of yin and yang. Li Gong said, I still do not understand it. Emperor said, the so-called third yang is Taiyang as cardinal meridian. The pose of third yang terminates at hand, Taiying, and it is stringy and floating but not sunken, which should be judged with measurement and observed attentively in terms of the theory of yin-yang. The so-called second yang is yang-ming. The pose of second yang terminates at hand, Taiying, and it is stringy, sunken and rapid but not tympanic. For the disease with high fever, the corresponding pose indicates death. The first yang is Shao Yang. The pose of Shao Yang terminates at hand Taiying and connects upward with Reniying region. The pose of Shao Yang is stringy, rapid, suspending but not expired, and indicates the disease of Shao Yang. The solitary yin pose indicates doomed death. The third yin refers to the Taiying meridian and governs the 6 meridians to connect the long meridian of hand, Taiying, which has the deep and bouncing but not floating pose and indicates heart spirit deficiency. The second yin refers to the Shui yin meridian and extends to lung. Its pose qi flows to the bladder and is connected with spleen and stomach. The first yin, i.e., Jueying meridian, moves solitarily to Kongkao of hand, Taiying meridian, and meridian, qi is exhausted under such a condition. Its pose is floating but not bouncing, hooky and slippery. The pulses of the 6 meridians appear alternatively, like alternation of yin and yang. They are interlaced, connected with the 5 solid viscera and synthesized to yin-yang. The single pose toward Kongkao is regarded as the host pose and the following pose as the guest pose. Li Gong, I understood what your Majesty has said, and with the theory of meridians that you instructed me and the way mentioned in reasonable analysis, I learned that knowledge can be integrated reasonably. However, I still don't understand the relationship between yin and yang as well as male and female. Emperor, the third yang serves as father, the second yang as defense, and the first yang as pivot. The third yin serves as mother, the second yin as female, and the first yin as solitary envoy. With the second yang and the first yin involved, yang ming mainly governs disease, which cannot dominate the first yin and has soft and stirring pose and sinking qi of the 9 orifices. With the third yang and the first yin involved, Taiyang meridian governs the disease. And the first yin cannot stop cold, water, leading to disturbance of 5 solid viscera internally and fright externally. With the second yin and the second yang involved, the disease occurs in lung. The pose of Shui yin is sunken, and its qi dominates lung to damage spleen internally and to impair the 4 limbs externally. With the second yin and the second yang involved, the disease occurs in kidney and has incoherent scolding, frantic behavior, and head disease as mania. With the second yin and the first yang involved, the diseases occur in kidney, in which yin evil lingers in the heart freely. The cavity below epigastrium is obstructed as if being embanked, and the 4 limbs are flaccid as if falling apart. With the first yin and the first yang involved and exhausted, yin qi invades heart and moves up and down irregularly with anorexia, incontinence of excretion and dry throat, leading to the disease in spleen. With the second yang and the third yin involved, all the extreme yin are included, in which yin qi fails to come through yang, yang qi fails to inhibit yin, or both yin and yang are confined and exhausted. With yang qi floating, blood lump can develop. With yin qi sinking, abscess will develop. If both yin and yang are hyperactive, the diseases will involve the genitals of the males and females. Analysis of the bright heavens in the upper combined with profound earth in the lower can help anticipate the date of death through consideration of the yearly qi as the primary factor. Ligong, I'd like to ask how to anticipate the date of death. Yellow Emperor gave no response. Ligong asked again. Yellow Emperor, it as stated in the classics. Ligong, I'd like to know about the date of death. Yellow Emperor, for the diseases occurring in winter, if manifestation is associated with yang hyperactivity, there will appear death sign of pulse in the first month of spring and death will occur at the end of spring. For the diseases occurring in winter, if the normal functions are exhausted, just like grass and salix leaves being killed, there will be exhaustion of both yin and yang in spring and the death will occur in the first month of spring. The diseases occurring in spring are yang, killing. If both yang and yin are exhausted, death will occur on the date when grass turns dry. For the diseases occurring in summer, the death date will be within 10 days. If yin and yang are intercrossed, death will occur on the date when thin ice is formed. For the diseases occurring in autumn, if triple yang meridians are involved, the diseases will be cured automatically. If yin and yang are intercrossing, the patient finds it difficult to sit down after standing and difficult to stand after sitting down. If the third yang is coming along, the death will occur on the date when water is frozen thick. If the second yang is coming along, the death will occur in solar term of rain, water. Chapter 80. Measurement of exuberance and exhaustion. Ligong asked, qi can be exuberant or deficient? And what is the reversal? What is the compliance? Yellow Emperor answered, yang qi tends to run from the left while yin qi from the right. Qi of the aged declines from the upper and qi of the young exuberates from the lower. Therefore, the diseases in spring and summer have the returning yang, indicating life, while the diseases in autumn and winter have returning yang, indicating death. Conversely, the diseases in autumn and winter have the nature of yin, which indicates life. Therefore, no matter how strong qi is, any qi reversal contributes to critical syndrome. Ligong asked again, does the excess contribute to crisis? Emperor answered, as soon as it ascends, yang qi fails to descend and severe cold comes down to the knees. It indicates death in autumn and winter for the young, while for the aged it indicates life in autumn and winter. After ascending qi fails to descend, vertex diseases are caused, which can neither be attributed to yang nor yin. Since qi in 5 solid viscera is isolated without any obvious features that are observed, like staying in the wild or living in an empty room till his last breath, the patient can survive no more than 1 day. Therefore, the critical reversal due to less qi makes the patient have absurd dreams and even nightmares in extreme cases. The pulses of triple yang are critically depleted and the pulses of triple yin are faint, all indicating less qi. Therefore, deficiency of lung qi makes the patient dream of miserable events, seeing bloody corpses everywhere, or at the dominating time of battlefield scenery. The deficiency of kidney qi makes the patient dream of shipwreck and drowning people, or at the dominating time of diving into water as fearing something. The deficiency of liver qi makes the patient dream of aromatic mushroom and green herbs, or at the dominating time of hiding under trees and not daring to stand. The deficiency of heart qi makes the patient dream of firefighting and something burning or at the dominating time of a big fire flaring. the deficiency of spleen qi makes the patient dream of food deficiency, or at the dominating time of building a wall and roof. All these changes are associated with qi deficiency of 5 solid viscera with excessive yang qi and deficient yin qi. 5 examinations are comprehended and yin and yang are regulated based on meridians. Examinations and diagnosis have 5 measurements of human body, including that of pulse, solid viscera, muscles, sinews and acupoints of yin or yang. Yin qi and yang qi are observed completely, whereby human disease must be identified. Because the pulsation is not constant as usual, sometimes yin pulse is disordered, yang pulse is hyperactive and pulse is missed, so the examination and diagnosis don't have an invariable method. When examining and diagnosing, the social position of the patient should be identified to distinguish the ordinary from the notable people. If a doctor cannot comprehend his teacher's instruction, his medical technique cannot be excellent, so he cannot distinguish the reversal and compliance. He will have inappropriate practice by carrying this and ignoring that and follow yang instead of yin, and also fail to integrate everything. Finally, his examination and diagnosis cannot be reasonable, and this will be passed down, misguiding the generations and exposing the mistakes of violating the ancient methods. When extreme yin deficiency is reached, the heavenly qi is exhausted, while when yang exuberance is reached, the earthly qi is deficient. To combine yin and yang is the principle that the superior doctors should follow. When yin and yang are combined together, yang qi arrives earlier and yin qi arrives later. Hence, any sane doctor should uphold the regulation of examination and diagnosis, including differentiating the priority of yin or yang, with reference of ordinary and extraordinary manifestations as well as diagnostic 60 poems, synthesizing the detailed clinical information, taking the history of yin and yang variation, and analyzing the status of 5 emotions. After that, the judgment can be made to define the key of excess and deficiency and findings of 5 measurements, by which the doctor can confidently make a diagnosis. Thus, the diagnosis is impossible if looking at yin but ignoring yang. The medical personnel is not qualified if observing yang but neglecting yin. His medical practice cannot last long if he knows only the left but not the right but not the left, the upper but not the lower, or knowing the first but not the later. The doctor should know ugliness and kindness, illness and health, high and low, sitting and rising, and acting and resting. Only in this way can the diagnosis be made perfect, which has been proven to be correct from generation to generation. When the excess is seen at onset, the deficiency should be considered. The doctor should examine the upper and lower part of the body and the conditions of pulses to find out the pathologic mechanism. Notably, the weak physique and deficient qi indicate death, the excessive physique and qi with deficient pulse qi indicate death, excessive pulse qi and deficient physique qi indicate life. Hence, the medical consultation has rigid regulations. The doctor should follow the proper living manner and behave in good and moral way to embody God's will with a clear and pure mind. The details include observation of the upper and lower, identification of the evils in 4 seasons and 8 solar terms, differentiation of the affected region in 5 solid viscera, palpation of the dynamic pulse, examination of the smooth, unsmooth, cold or warm profiles of skin, and inspection of stool and urine together with the tendency of reversal or compliance. By these methods, the disease can be confirmed and the diagnosis can also be perfect. Hence when examining or diagnosing, either respiration or mind should be observed, nothing can be out of order, and the medical behavior should be qualified, by which the practice of medicine can be continued for a long time. Otherwise, the principles will be violated and morals will be lost. Chapter 81. Explanation of subtleties of essence. When Yellow Emperor was sitting in the bright hall, Li Gong asked, "I learn medicine from your majesty and will pass it on, and these teachings are based on the medical classics, including human behavior, physique and functions, theory of yin and yang, acupuncture and moxibustion, and decoction and nourishment. However, clinical practice varies from wisdom to indifference, which is not always perfect. If the primary knowledge is instructed first, like emotion of sadness, sorrow, joy and anger, climatic factors of the dry, damp, cold and summer, heat, the difference of yin and yang as well as female health, students will inquire about their fundamentals. Then the information of the noble or humble, the rich or poor, and strong or weak physique of human is introduced, and the students are required to master and apply properly according to the clinical situation, which I have learned carefully. Now I have some silly and simple questions, which have not been addressed in the medical classics, and I will like to know their answers." Emperor said, "It's really a big problem." Li Gong asked, "When crying, there is less shedding or even no shedding of tears, or there is shedding of tears with less snivel, what is the reason for this?" Emperor answered, "It is recorded in the medical classics." Li Gong asked again, "Where does tear come from and where does snivel come from?" Emperor answered, "Though the question you've asked isn't significant to the treatment, doctors should know it, which is also a phenomenon of natural law. Heart is the organ responsible for the essence among the 5 solid viscera, while the eyes are the orifices of heart and the complexion is the expressive luxury of heart. Hence when a person is in good health, the harmony is expressed in the eyes, while when he is in poor health, the depression is expressed in the eyes. Therefore when a person is sad or sorrowful, tears run down his eyes, which are produced from water. Water originates from the stored fluid that originates from the extreme yin that originates from the essence of kidney. The reason why the water from the kidney essence doesn't flow out usually is that the water is controlled, restrained and hidden by the kidney essence, which makes the water not flow without control. The essence from water forms the mind and the essence from the fire forms the spirit. When water and fire interact with each other and are both in sorrow, the tears then are produced. As the saying goes, if the sorrow in heart is actually the sorrow in mind, the mind essence and heart essence will converge in the eyes. When heart and kidney are both in sorrow, spiritual chi will be transmitted to heart, essence. However, if not to the mind will be alone in sorrow, so that the tears will run out of the eyes. The tears and snivel both originate from the brain. The brain corresponds to yin, while the marrow is the filling of the cavity of the bone, so water seeping out of the brain turns into snivel. Kidney governs the bones and hence tears come out followed by snivel, because both of them pertain to the same element. In fact, the snivel is related to tears, as if they are brothers, and they will die together under critical condition and live together under normal condition. If the mind is in sorrow first, then both tears and snivel come out together and weep bitterly. Tears and snivel fall down at the same time just because they belong to the same category. Li Gong, great. When a person is crying, they shed no tears or shed only a few tears with no snivel, ny. Emperor, they shed no tears when crying just because there is no sorrow when crying. There is no weeping because the person has no sympathy and does not feel sadness. If having no sympathy, the mind is not in sorrow and yin-yang fails to be maintained mutually. So, how can tears be shed alone? Hence, if mind is in sorrow, it leads to depression that surges to yin, which makes mind leave the eyes, and then the spirit cannot protect the essence. When both the essence and the spirit leave the eyes, the tears and snivel will be shed. Moreover, don't you read and recite the quotation from the medical classics. With the reversal, the eyes fail to see anything. When a person is ill with qi reversal, yang qi will be confined to the upper while yin, qi is confined to the lower. With yang, qi confined in the upper, the fire qi is flaming up alone. With yin qi confined in the lower, the feet become cold, which leads to distension. Since solitary water cannot dominate the fire of 5 solid viscera, the eyes fail to see. Therefore, when facing wind, tears are shed ceaselessly. Because the wind attacks the eyes, in which yang qi is kept in the essence and then fire qi is flaming in the eyes, tears will be shed when facing wind. It could be used as a metaphor that rapid fire causes the wind that causes the rain, which shares the similar mechanism. Appendix A. Acupuncture therapy for abnormal qi, face. Yellow Emperor asked, the interval qi fails to ascend and descend in the current year with changed qi, shifting, leading to fulminant depression, which I already know. However, is there any solution to get rid of it for prevention and for saving creatures? Kaipo kowtowed and bowed again to answer, what a clever question. I was taught by the master that, if having understood the motion of primordial 6, qi, one should be versed in methods of acupuncture in order to reduce depression, promote motion of 6, qi, reinforce weakness, maintain genuine qi, purge exuberance and eliminate excess, and finally get rid of the suffering. Emperor, I'd like to know the details. Kaipo, the interval qi fails to ascend, indicating crisis. Wood qi is going to ascend, which is inhibited by Tianzu star of metal. If the depression of wood qi wants to be dispersed, it has to wait for the time on the throne, when the well-ake appointment of foot, Jing meridian should be needled. Fire qi is going to ascend, which is inhibited by Tianpeng star of water. If the depression of fire qi wants to be dispersed, it has to wait for the time on the throne, when the creek-ake appointment of pericardium meridian for both monarch, fire and minister, fire should be needled. Earth qi is going to ascend, which is inhibited by Tianchong star of wood. If the depression of earth qi wants to be dispersed, it has to wait for the time on the throne, when the creek-ake appointment of foot Taiying meridian should be needled. Metal qi is going to ascend, which is inhibited by Tianying star of fire. If the depression of metal qi wants to be dispersed, it has to wait for the time on the throne, when river-ake appointment of hand Taiying meridian should be needled. Water qi is going to ascend, which is inhibited by Tianrui star of earth. If the depression of water qi wants to be dispersed, it has to wait for the time on the throne, when estuary-ake appointment of foot Sheiyin meridian should be needled. Emperor, the interval qi fails to ascend with no advancement, which can be prevented. I'd like to know the descent of interval qi so that the failure of descending can be prevented. Kaipo, if the ascent of interval qi is understood, it may help us understand well the descent, and so the failure of ascending or descending can be all prevented. Wood Qi is going to descend but is inhibited by the Hao star, so it is descending in vain. Wood Qi is depressed due to inhibition and can be dispersed to reach the position. The descending Qi in depression bursts out violently just as ascending Qi is waiting for the position. Wood Qi is descending in vain, so its depression is formed more quickly. After having descended, its exuberant Qi can be reduced. To this end, the exit acupoint of hand, Taiyin and entry acupointment should be needled. Fire Qi is going to descend but is inhibited by Daixuan star, so it is descending in vain. Fire Qi is depressed due to inhibition and can reach the position after the depression is inhibited. Then the dominating Qi should be reduced and the depression be dispersed. For this, the exit acupointment of foot Sheiyin and the entry acupointment of Taiyang should be needled. Earth Qi is going to descend but is inhibited by Decang star, so it is descending in vain. Earth Qi is depressed due to inhibition, and after depression is dispersed, it can reach the position. To this end, the exit acupointment of foot Jueyin and the entry acupointment of foot Shaoyang should be needled. Metal Qi is going to descend but is inhibited by Daitong star, so it is descending in vain and is depressed due to inhibition. After the depression is inhibited, it can reach the position. Then its exuberant Qi should be reduced and its depression should be dispersed. For this, the exit acupointment of pericardium meridian and the entry acupointment of hand Shaoyang should be needled. Water Qi is going to descend but is inhibited by Daifu star, so it is descending in vain. Water Qi is depressed due to inhibition, and after the depression is dispersed, water Qi can reach the position. Then the exuberant Qi of water should be reduced and its depression be dispersed. For this, the exit acupoints of foot Taiyin and the entry acupointment of foot Yangming should be needled. Emperor, the 5 phase arrives early or late and 6. Qi ascends or descends alternatively with mutual acceptation or non-acceptance. Can I know the acupuncture method concerned? Kaibo, the treatment should be based on the source of the transformation. The excess should be purged, while the insufficiency should be supplemented. So, called reducing the excess means to inhibit the depression according to the order of 6, Qi, and to reduce the depressive Qi by regulating the transformative source of 5, phase. So, called supplementing the insufficiency means to support the phase, Qi and avoid deficiency evil. Both reducing and supplementing methods are drawn from the secrete analects. Yellow Emperor, as regards the needling for the disease concerned with ascending and descending, I've already understood the key. Now I know that the heaven, governing Qi isn't promoted and then loses its normal administration, which makes all the transformation disturbed and even abnormal, and then people suffer from diseases. Can we prevent it to protect the health of people? I'd like to know the explanation for this. Kaibo kowtowed and bowed again to answer. What a detailed question. Your Majesty has mentioned the superior principle that shows your sagely notion and great sympathy for saving the people, so I will make a full statement to help clarify the complex situation. If Taiyang continues to govern the throne, Jueyin cannot be promoted, and it makes Jueyin Qi obstructed in the upper, for which the creek acupointment of foot, Jueyin should be purged. If Jueyin continues to govern the throne, Sheiyin cannot be promoted, and it makes Sheiyin Qi obstructed in the upper, for which the creek acupointment of pericardium meridian should be needled. If Shi Yin continues to govern the throne, Tei Yin cannot be promoted, and it makes Tei Yin Qi obstructed in the upper, for which the creek appointment of foot, Tei Yin should be needled. If Tei Yin continues to govern the throne, Shao Yang cannot be promoted, and it makes Shao Yang Qi obstructed with no communication, for which the creek appointment of hand, Shao Yang should be needled. If Shao Yang continues to govern the throne, Yang Ming cannot be promoted, and it makes Shao Yang Qi obstructed with no communication to the upper, for which the creek appointment of hand, Tei Yin should be needled. If Yang Ming continues to govern the throne, Tei Yang cannot be promoted, and it makes Tei Yang Qi still obstructed, for which the creek appointment of foot, Shi Yin should be needled. Emperor, as to yearly Qi failing to be promoted, I know the key. Now I'd like to know the on-application so as to reduce the excess and avoid its harmful effects. Can I understand it? Kaibo, if yearly Qi is excessive and continues to administer the throne, it is called on-application. It makes earth, governing Qi fail to come back as interval Qi and makes new heaven, governing Qi be promoted, so that the yearly Qi continues to administer as in the previous year. In the year of the new Th and 12Th, the yearly Qi has access so that Yin 1T abdicate with wind prevailing in the upper and wood transformation being distributed in the heavens, for which the entry appointment of foot, Yin should be needled. In the year of Est and Th, the yearly Qi has access so that Yin 1T abdicate with heat prevailing in the upper and fire transformation being distributed in the heavens, for which the entry appointment of hand, Yin should be needled. In the year of Rnd and Ba Th, the yearly Qi has access so that Yin 1T abdicate with the damp prevailing in the upper and rain transformation being distributed in the heavens, for which the entry appointment of foot, Yin should be needled. In the year of Rd and Th, the yearly Qi has access so that Shao Yang 1T abdicate with heat prevailing in the upper and fire transformation being distributed in the heavens, for which the entry appointment of hand, Yin should be needled. In the year of Th and Th, the yearly Qi has access so that Yang Ming 1T abdicate with metal prevailing in the upper and dry transformation being distributed in the heavens, for which the entry appointment of hand, Yin should be needled. In the year of Wu Th and Th, the yearly Qi has access so that Yin 1T abdicate with cold prevailing in the upper and transformation of fierce cold being distributed in the heavens, for which the entry appointment of foot, Shi Yin should be needled. The Qi reversal of the heavens and earth will be expressed in the human diseases, and by the same needling method these diseases can be treated or be prevented. Yellow Emperor, the stiff or soft heavenly stem loses the position, and can it make Qi of both year phase and 6 position deficient? It can be expressed in the human diseases, and can they be calmed down? Kaibo, what a profound question. The profound principle should be understood as the abnormal Qi shifting of the heaven, governing an earth, governing accumulating for 3 years and turning into pestilence. If the root can be identified, the pestilence will be avoided. Supposing in the year of the first Est if stiff or soft heavenly stem loses the positions, the stiff Qi of heaven, governing cannot be promoted, the soft Qi of solitary earth, governing will be deficient, and the orders of 4 seasons are deranged to which the tonality cannot comply. Thus after 3 years, it will turn into pestilence, and its severity should be analyzed while its depth should be observed. With the pestilence coming, needling should be given. When needling, the kidney A cup ointment is needled first, and in 3 days the stream A cup ointment of foot tayin. Also, if the qi in the lower of the 6th-4 th cannot be promoted, the qi in the heavens of the 1st-est will become isolated, which will turn into the earth, pestilence in 3 years. Its treatment with supplementing and reducing methods are just the same as that in the 1st-est year. After acupuncture, the patient is not allowed to take a night walk or a long journey and must also keep clean and quiet and practice abstinence, so that the healthy qi will be restored. Those with chronic kidney diseases should face the south at the 3rd watch time, clear the mind and settle the disordered brain, as well as hold their breath after inhalation and stretch the neck to swallow down saliva, imagined as a hard thing, 7 times, during which much saliva underneath the tongue is swallowed. Supposing in the year of the 3rd-3rd if stiff or soft heavenly stem loses the position, in this case the stiff heavenly stem in the upper loses its position while the soft earthly branch in the lower cannot administer alone. Then the yearly qi of water phase isnt to excessive and cannot execute and control the climatic qi. The heaven, governing qi is excessive but fails to be promoted in the upper, which results in disharmony between the heavens and the earth, leading to the abnormal note in tonality. Thus qi of the heaven, governing N5, phase are discordant and will turn into pestilence in 3 years. Since there are various severities and differences, the pestilence will emerge in the later 3 years if slow, but in the first 3 years if severe. The heart, A cup ointment should be supplemented first and, the next 5 days, then the entry point of kidney meridian. Also in the year of the 1st-est or the 8th-th, the soft heavenly stem cannot be promoted in accordance with the stiff heavenly stem, which is also called missing position. That is, qi of both the earth, governing and year phase are deficient and in 3 years turns into water pestilence, whose acupuncture treatment is the same as the mentioned above. After acupuncture, the patient should avoid great joy with a sentimental quality, otherwise his qi will be scattered again. The patient is required to keep quiet for 7 days, calm down the mind and avoid contemplation. Supposing in the year of the 7th-th, if stiff or soft heavenly stem loses the position, the heaven, governing qi in the upper will lose its position while the earth, governing qi in the lower will have no cooperation. Since the year of the 2nd or 7th corresponds to the metal phase, the upper and lower cannot cooperate mutually, the previous heaven governing qi fails to abdicate, and the dominant qi of current year phase is coming, leading to the discordance between the upper and lower, which is called missing position and non-response of sheng note in tonality of guxi and linshong. Thus the celestial motion becomes abnormal, which then turns into great pestilence in 3 years. Then the changes of celestial motion should be observed, and there are various differences. Mild difference will result in mild pestilence in 3 years, while the severe difference will result in the severe pestilence. For treatment, the liver, A cup ointment should be supplemented and in 3 days the current, A cup ointment should be needled. After acupuncture, the patient should tranquilize the spirit for 7 days, that is, avoid raging, as otherwise the genuine qi will be scattered. Also in the year of the 1st-est, the lower earth, governing qi in the year of the 1st-est or the 2nd-th loses the positions, when the earthly branch of the 2nd is soft while the heavenly stem of the th administers alone, which is also called missing position. That is, When the qi of climatic positions and year phases administer alone, it will turn into pestilence till the metal phase is coming. The various differences of earthly qi should be analyzed, and after considering the degrees of differences, the emerging speed of the pestilence can be anticipated. For any positions lost in the year of the 2nd or the 7th, the acupuncture methods are the same, during which liver qi should be kept smooth and anger should be avoided. Supposing in the year of the 9th qi, if stiff or soft heavenly stem loses the position, the upper qi of the 9th year fails to be promoted as heaven, governing while the lower qi of the 4th year administers alone. Though the 9th year pertains to yang, there is still insufficiency, abnormality, and missing position of the upper and the lower, but both upper and lower will collaborate one day. Between the two there appears mild or severe difference with respective definite changes, which is similar to the fact that the two discarded juice in yang and yin aspects will have the cord one day. There is mild or severe difference to be observed, which will turn into great pestilence in 3 years. The spleen, a cup ointment should be needled, and in 3 days the well, a cup ointment of liver meridian should be needled. After acupuncture, the patient is required to calm down the spirit for 7 days, avoid indulgence in drinking and singing, to prevent no qi scattering, avoid overeating and raw food to keep spleen qi replete with no congestion and qi stagnation, and avoid sitting for a long time, too sour food and all raw food. The patient had better take the sweet and plain food. Also in the year of the 1st est or the 4th th, the lower qi loses the position without coordination with the heaven, governing qi, that is, qi is not in the due position and qi in the lower cannot cooperate with the upper qi of the 9th year, which is also called missing position, but there exists disharmony between nature and human. Hence, the soft heavenly stem cannot coordinate with the stiff heavenly stem, and then earthly qi and year phase fail to coordinate, which then turns into pestilence in 3 years. The acupuncture treatments are the same as that for wood, pestilence. Supposing in the year of the 5th th, if stiff or soft heavenly stem loses the position, though the year of the 5th or 10th pertains to fire phase, this yang year isn't too excessive, in which the upper qi fails to be promoted as stiff heaven governing qi while the lower soft qi administers alone at the earth, governing throne, so that the qi isn't normal and the evil qi appears. When overlapping and shifting the positions, there are various differences between the upper and the lower, which is going to coordinate with each other, just like the tonality firstly being chord. Thus the yearly phase loses its due time, and the fire pestilence will come in 3 years, and at this time the lung, a cup ointment should be needled. After acupuncture, the patient should calm down the mind for 7 days and avoid great sorrow, which will otherwise stir lung to scatter the genuine qi. If the patient wants to replete his lung qi, the key is to perform breath exercise. Also in the year of the 1st est or 10th th, so called missing throne is that the soft heavenly stem loses the throne in the lower, which has no coordination with the stiff heavenly stem in the upper. It is also called no harmony between the years of the 5th or 10th, leading to deficiency of both the year phase and earth, governing qi. After 3 years, it will turn into pestilence termed fire, pestilence. Therefore, the 5 phases are applied to distinguish the 5 successive years, define the missing throne and elucidate the acupuncture therapy. Then, Both epidemic and pestilence are defined based on missing throne of the stiff heavenly stem in the upper and the soft heavenly term in the lower, which are of the same entity. With regard to acupuncture for pestilence, there are only 5 therapies, all of which can direct every type of missing throne and also be generalized into the theory of 5 elements. Yellow Emperor, I've heard that 5 kinds of pestilence can all be spread among people from adults to children with the similar manifestations. If the therapies are not applied, how to prevent the infection? Kaibo, if one isn't infected, there will be healthy qi inside the body so that the evil qi cannot invade. In addition, one should avoid the toxic qi, which can be inhaled and exhaled through the nose. If the healthy qi flows out of the brain continuously, the evil qi cannot invade. So, called healthy qi originating from the brain just concentrates the mind in the room and imagines that heart is as bright as the sun. Before entering a pestilence room, one can imagine that the blue qi comes out of liver, runs to the east and transforms into woods. Then one can imagine that the white qi comes out of lung, runs to the west and transforms into metal spear and armor. Then one can imagine that the red qi comes out of heart, runs to the south and transforms into bright flame. Then one can imagine that the black qi comes out of kidney, runs to the north and transforms into water. Then one can imagine that the yellow qi comes out of spleen, remains in the central region and transforms into earth. Once the imagination of protecting the body by 5 qi is clear, one should also imagine that there is shining Big Dipper over the head and then can enter the pestilence room. The next method is to apply emetic therapy on the spring equinox before the sunrise. The next method is to induce sweating with medicated bathing 3 times the day after the rainwater term. The next method is to use the formula small gold bolus, composed of R-yang of cinnabar, Yi-yang of water grinding reolier, Yi-yang of lamellar orpiment and half-yang of purple gold, which are put into one box and then sealed tightly. Then A1. Qi pit is stuck and rammed with no stove and processing, which is calcined with oxygen of fuel for 7 days. After cooling for another 7 days, the box is taken out. The next day the drugs are taken out of the box and buried into the ground. In 7 days, the drugs will be taken out and ground for 3 days. Then mixed with fine white sandy honey and made into pills the size of Chinese parasol seeds. Every morning, one should face the east to inhale solar essence, take 1 pill with ice water and swallow it along with the inhaled air. Taking 10 pills can prevent the epidemic infection. Yellow Emperor asked, when one is in poor health, the spirit will be wandering and lose its position, which makes ghost evil invade externally, leading to early death. So, how to maintain the genuine qi? I'd like to know the acupuncture therapy concerned. Kaibo again kowtowed and answered, what a meaningful question. Though wandering and losing its position, the spirit is inside the body so as not to cause death. However, if there is evil that invades, it will result in early death. Specifically when qi of Juan loses its position with deficient heavenly qi and one is ill with innate deficiency of liver qi, the patient will suffer from double qi deficiency. That is, when the soul is wandering in the upper, the evil will invade the body, leading to great qi reversal. If the body is warm, the needling therapy can be applied, in which the original acupointment Kaiakjo can be needled first for inhibition followed by liver acupointment. If one is ill with innate heart deficiency in the year when both monarch, fire and minister, fire lose their positions as heaven, governing, the patient will suffer from triple qi deficiency. When the patient has insufficient fire qi, the black ghost pestilence will invade the body and make him suddenly die. Then the acupoints of hand, Shao Yang can be needled, and then heart, a cup ointment can be needled repeatedly. If one is ill with innate spleen deficiency in the year when Taiyin loses the position as heaven, governing, the patient will suffer from triple qi deficiency. When there is insufficient earth qi, the green ghost pestilence will invade the body and make him suddenly die. Then the original a cup ointment of foot, yang ming can be needled, and then spleen, a cup ointment can be needled repeatedly. If one is ill with innate lung deficiency in the year when yang ming loses the position as heaven, governing, the patient will suffer from triple qi deficiency. When with insufficient metal qi, the red ghost pestilence will invade the body and make him suddenly die. Then the acupoints of hand, yang ming can be needled, and then lung, a cup ointment can be needled repeatedly. If one is ill with innate kidney deficiency in the year when Taiyang loses the position as heaven, governing, the patient will suffer from triple qi deficiency. When the patient has insufficient qi of water phase, the yellow ghost pestilence will affect the healthy qi of the body, destroy his spirit and soul, and make him suddenly die. Then the acupoints of foot, Taiyang can be needled, and then kidney, a cup ointment can be needled repeatedly. Yellow Emperor asked, the 12 viscera promote their functions mutually, and if the spirit loses its position, it will make the spirit and vitality imperfect, and this when the evil will take the opportunity to invade the body. Is it possible for acupuncture to treat this? I'd like to know the key. Kai Bo kowtowed and bowed again to answer, what a detailed question. These are called the superior theory and genuine principle, and if not for the saint emperors, who can explore these basic questions? Heart is an organ serving as monarch, which is responsible for spirit and mind. For the treatment concerned, the original a cup ointment of hand, Sheiyin meridian can be needled. Lung is an organ serving as prime minister, which is responsible for administration and regulation. For the treatment concerned, the original a cup ointment of hand, Taiyin meridian can be needled. Liver is an organ serving as general, which is responsible for consideration. For the treatment concerned, the original a cup ointment of foot, Taiyin meridian can be needled. Gallbladder is an organ serving as judger, which is responsible for decision. For the treatment concerned, the original a cup ointment of foot, Shaoyang meridian can be needled. Pericardium is an organ serving as envoy, which is responsible for happiness and joy. For the treatment concerned, the creek a cup ointment of pericardium meridian can be needled. Spleen is an organ serving as expostulator, which is responsible for wisdom and comprehension. For the treatment concerned, the original a cup ointment of spleen meridian can be needled. Stomach is an organ serving as granary official, which is responsible for 5 flavors. For the treatment concerned, the original a cup ointment of stomach meridian can be needled. Large intestine is an organ serving as transportation official, which is responsible for 5 changes. For the treatment concerned, the original a cup ointment of large intestine meridian can be needled. Small intestine is an organ serving as reception official, which is responsible for transformation. For the treatment concerned, the original a cup ointment of small intestine meridian can be needled. Kidney is an organ serving as powerful actor, which is responsible for elaborate functions. For the treatment concerned, the original appointment of kidney meridian can be needled. Triple, jiao is an organ serving as transference dredging official, which is responsible for water passage. For the treatment concerned, the original appointment of triple, jiao meridian can be needled. Bladder is an organ serving as reservoir official, which is responsible for storing essence liquid and discharging after qi transformation. For the treatment concerned, the original appointment of bladder meridian can be needled. The 12 viscera mentioned above cannot lose the collaboration of their functions. Hence, acupuncture therapy has significant functions for maintaining spirit and genuine origin and also for cultivating the genuine qi, not only for treating disease, so that the spirit qi should be cultivated and regulated. The most important thing is perseverance, for which the spirit should be supplemented and root of health be strengthened, so that the essence qi cannot be scattered and the spirit can be kept without separation. Only if the spirit can be kept, so that it does not leave, can the genuine qi can be intact. If the spirit and physique are separated, it is impossible to reach the genuine realm. The key of genuine realm is closely associated with the natural law, and if the spirit can keep consistent with the natural vitality, the qi of primordial origin can be restored, which is called primordial returning. The content was probably added by anonymous authors after the middle of the 20th century as the original text has been lost. Appendix B. Root of diseases. Emperor, the movement of yearly phase qi has 9 kinds of inhibition, which I already know. Now I'd like to know the details about the shifting and integration of 6 qi. What does position missing mean? Kaibo, it is associated with ascending to the upper and descending to the lower as well as promotion and abdication, which are stated in the medical classics, respectively. The failure of advancement to the upper or to the lower is termed position missing. Thus, qi shifting fails to interchange position and then has disorders, so that the position interchanging is in abnormal sequence, i.e., the disorders of 4 seasons, which finally causes the disturbance of the transformation of everything and leads to human diseases. Emperor, 6. Qi fails to ascend and descend. I'd like to know the reason for this. There is also the disorder of qi shifting, and how to understand it. Kaibo, what a meaningful question you've asked and what a bright principle you've inquired about. The qi shifting has some disorders which are associated with the moving mechanism of the heavens and the earth. However, the qi that should have descended fails to descend, which is blocked by earthly qi. Moreover, the excessive 5 phase comes earlier than the due time, which causes the failure of advancement. The qi that should have descended fails to descend, which is inhibited by yearly phase, while the qi that should have ascended fails to ascend, which is inhibited by yearly phase. Then, there is the ascending with no advancement while there is descending with no come down, the descending with no come down but ascending to the heavens, or both failure of ascending and descending, which should be differentiated to show disorders of qi shifting. The disorders of qi shifting often vary with respective differences and accordingly lead to either mild or severe disasters. Emperor, I'd like to know the reason for meeting the qi shifting as well as their domination and inhibition, and how do they turn into human diseases and how are their severities? Kaibo, when qi shifting meets with its dominating qi, inhibition takes center stage. Thus in the year with record of the Wu Th or Shi Th, when ascending, wood qi meets inhibitive tianzi star with excessive metal qi and is prevented from advancing. Concisely, in the year of 7th-11th, metal phase comes earlier and this year phase dominates, when wood qi suddenly fails to advance. That is, when ascending, qi of wood phase is prevented from ascending. Hence, there is cool air with less wind to constrict and conquer in spring, falling dew and fog again, and withering grass and trees. People then tend to get epidemic diseases earlier, dry throat, fullness of forelimbs, and pain of limbs and joints. With prolonged transformation into depression, the big gales are pulling up, breaking and blowing down things with noisy whistling sound. People tend to have stroke, hemiplegia and numbness of hands and feet. So, in the year marked with 6th or 12th, when ascending to the heavens, monarch, fire meets inhibitive Tianpeng star with excessive wood qi and is prevented from advancing. Concisely, when Jueyin hasn't been promoted, Sheiyin cannot ascend to the heavens, and when water phase hasn't ascended to the heavens and qi of water phase comes into it, monarch, fire is ascending but is prevented by water phase, qi from advancing, leading to the cool emerging again and the cold rising at dawn and at dusk. People then tend to have hidden yang turning into vexation internally, fright and palpitation, and intermittent chill and fever. After the prolonging fire qi culminates in depression, it causes arrival of fulminant heat with reddish wind and atmosphere, transmission of epidemic diseases, the intermittent warm infectious diseases under the warm climate, and even diffusive reddish qi turning into fire, pestilence. People tend to have heart vexation, agitation and thirst, and if severe the disease can be cured by discharging the heat. In the year marked with the est or tth, when ascending to the heavens, Taiyin meets inhibitive Tianchong star with excessive wood qi and is prevented from advancing. Concisely, in the year marked with the 9th-est, qi of wood phase comes earlier and is prevented from advancing, which causes wind and dust spreading to 4 directions, frequent rising of gloomy air and no transformation of rain and damp. People then tend to have reversal syndrome due to wind and frequent drooling, hemiplegia with rigidity, distension and fullness. Earthly qi culminates in depression leading to yellow dust to turn into epidemic diseases. People tend to have illness and die early, and have jaundice on face, limbs and 6 hollow viscera with fullness and blockage. There is no damp distribution and less rain transformation. In the year marked with the RND or th, when ascending to the heavens, Shaoyang meets inhibitive Tianpeng star with excessive water qi and is prevented from advancing. Concisely, in the year when Taiyin hasn't been promoted, Sheiyin hasn't ascended to the heavens, and when water phase qi comes into it, Sheiyin is prevented from advancing, which causes reversal distribution of cold ice with biting cold air like being in winter, water drying up and freezing again, intermittent heat, distributive cold air in summer and intermittent cold. People then tend to have hidden yang internally, vexing heat rising in the middle, fright and palpitation, and struggle between cold and heat. After prolonged accumulation of fire qi into depression, there appears rise of sudden heat, reddish wind and diffusive atmosphere, which is transformed into pestilence or hidden heat with internal vexation, impediment syndrome and even reversal syndrome, and bleeding if severe. In the year marked with the THIRD or th, when ascending to the heavens, Yangming meets inhibitive Tianying star with excessive fire qi and is prevented from advancing. Concisely in the year marked with the 5th-9th or 5th-3rd, when fire, phase qi comes earlier, metal, qi is ascending to the heavens but is prevented by fire, phase from advancing, in which no rain falls, west wind frequently blows, and salt and dryness concentrate in nature. People then tend to have heat surging up with panting, cough and bleeding. After prolonged accumulation of metal qi into depression, there appears white dusty fog and rise of conquering cool qi. People tend to have hypochondriac fullness, sorrow, cold nasal obstruction, sneeze, dry pharynx, chapped hands and dry skin. In the year marked with the th or th, when ascending to the heavens, Taiyang meets inhibitive Tianrui star with the excessive earthly qi and is prevented from advancing. Concisely in the year when Yangming has to be promoted and Taiyang cannot ascend to the heavens, the earthly phase qi comes and water, phase qi is ascending but is prevented from advancing, in which the damp and heat are evaporating and cold qi is emerging between the heavens and the earth. People then tend to have diarrhea and dyspepsia after prolonged accumulation of water qi into depression. The cold is coming and overcomes the heat, and hailstones suddenly fall. People then tend to have critical reversal and hiccup, rising internal heat, external qi impediment, ache of feet and shank, palpitation, vexing heat, sudden anxiety and repeated reversal. Yellow Emperor, ascending qi is prevented from advancing, and I know this. Now I'd like to know how 6 qi is prevented from descending. Can I understand it? Kaibo, what a detailed question you've asked. It is just the subtle mechanism of the heavens and the earth, which I can explain in detail. The so-called complete ascending necessarily followed by descending is that, after lasting for 3 years, any qi has to descend to the earth as the left interval qi. Thus, ascending and descending as going and coming is termed rotation of 6 phase. So, in the year marked with the RND or th, when descending to the earth, Jueying meets inhibitive Dixie L star with excessive metal qi and is prevented from advancing. Concisely in the year when Shaiyin has abdicated and Jueying cannot descend, metal, phase qi comes and wood qi is prevented from descending and inhibited into depression, in which wood qi is descending while metal qi prevents it from descending, leading to dark dusts seen in the distance, wind rising with obscure dusts, cool and dry conquering qi, frost and dew falling again, and distribution of conquering qi. After prolonged failure of descending and depression into wood qi, the wind and dryness are hidden, the warm climate is soon overcome by cool qi, grass and trees are agitating, conquering frost falls, hibernating insects fail to emerge, and people fear the cold as damaging the solid viscera. In the year marked with the THIRD or th, when descending to the earth, Shaiyin meets inhibitive Daixuan star with excessive water qi and is prevented from descending. Concisely in the year marked with 3rd-th or 3rd-3rd, when qi of water phase is excessive and comes earlier, monarch, fire is descending but is prevented by water, phase qi from descending, in which reddish clouds are emerging, black qi is soon rising unexpectedly, and the comfort in warm climate is overcome by falling snow in cold weather with biting icy air and chilly cloud. After prolonged failure of descending and depression into fire qi, there appears cold domination soon followed by heat, and reddish wind turning into pestilence. People then tend to have reddish complexion, heart vexation, headache and vertigo, and fire qi is spreading and warm diseases may break out. In the th or th year, When descending to the earth, Taiying meets inhibitive decaying star with excessive wood qi and is prevented from descending. Concisely, Shaoyang has T abdicated while Taiying cannot descend. Concisely, qi of wood phase comes and prevents Taiying from descending, then there appear yellow clouds with bluish glow, depressive evaporation with great gales, fog spreading with more atmospheric dusts, and plants can be broken and pulled down. After prolonged failure of descending and depression into damp earth, there appear yellow dusts in the sky and distribution of steaming damp over the earth. People then tend to have flaccid limbs, vertigo, limbs and joint pain, abdominal fullness and chest bloating. In the year marked with the Wu-th or Shi-th, when descending to the earth, Shaoyang meets Daixuan star and is prevented from descending. Concisely, in the year when qi of water phase is excessive and comes earlier, the summer fire is prevented by water qi from descending, leading to reddish cloud emerging soon followed by the black qi rising unexpectedly. The warm qi is about to rise while the cold qi suddenly falls, even with hailstones falling. After prolonged failure of descending and depression into fire qi, icy air is overcome by the heat and reddish wind turns into pestilence. People then tend to have red complexion, heart vexation, headache and vertigo. Reddish qi is diffusing and the heat disease develops. In the year marked with the Liu-th or Shi-th, when descending to the earth, Yang Ming meets Daitong star with excessive fire qi but is prevented from descending. Concisely, in the year when Taiyang has T abdicated, Yang Ming cannot descend, in which qi of fire phase comes and prevents fire qi from descending, leading to the cool sky and constriction, diffusion of the reddish air and paroxysm of heat qi. People then tend to have lassitude, restless sleeping, dry throat with desire for water, vexing heat and internal dysphoria, cool sky in the morning and in the evening, and returning warmth. After prolonged failure of descending and depression into metal qi, there appears cool sky with cold air and rising white air in the distance. People then tend to have spasm and vertigo, rigidity of hand and feet with numbness, hypochondriac pain and blurred vision in both eyes. In the year marked with the est or th, when descending to the earth, Taiyang meets the inhibitive Daifu star with excessive earth qi and is prevented from descending. Concisely, in the year when qi of earth phase is excessive, earth phase comes earlier, its qi prevents the water qi from descending, leading to diffusion of black air, gloomy chill in the sky, the yellow dusting soon followed by damp transformation and repeated distribution of steam and damp. After prolonged failure of descending and depression into earth phase qi, people tend to have stroke, heavy and flaccid limbs, impotence and weakness. There appear heavy clouds in the sky and intermittent steam and damp. Emperor, there is failure of ascending or descending. NIV understood the original cause clearly. Now I'd like to know the promotion of 6 qi. Shall I understand it? Kaibo, the yearly qi takes the middle position, which is called promotion to the right position. The heaven governing qi cannot be promoted to the right position while the previous heaven governing qi exceeds due time, that is, after meeting the previous heaven governing qi with the excess qi that still governs the natural changes, the new heaven governing qi has to be promoted to the right position. When current Jueying cannot be promoted, there is no warm wind in due time with fading and withering flowers. People then tend to have stranguria, rapid oscillation of eyeballs, frequent anger and cramp and dark urine. Wind qi is executing its role while the previous cold qi doesn't recede, so that the warm climate cannot come in due time and the spring loses its proper climate. When current Shui Yin cannot be promoted, that is, the cold Qi doesn't recede, there comes cold spring followed by cold climate, and there is no warm transformation in due time. People then tend to have chill, fever, vexation and pain of limbs, and rigid waist and spine. Though excessive, the previous wood Qi cannot overcome monarch fire as host Qi. When current Taiyin cannot be promoted, and the cloud and rain lose the due time, everything is withering and the growing is halted. People then tend to have swelling and fullness of hands, feet and joints, bulging belly and edema, chest bloating with anorexia, diarrhea after indigestion, hypochondriac fullness, and flaccid limbs. The rain is going to fall but is prevented by the heat domination, and there is the hyperactive warmth in the air with less rain and moisture. When current Shaoyang cannot be promoted, it will execute its role of hot climate, leading to failure of plants to sprout and flourish, intense heat lingering into autumn, constriction and conquering Qi arriving late and frost and dew failing to fall in due time. People then tend to have tertian malaria, bone, heat, palpitation, fright and bleeding if severe. When current Yang Ming cannot be promoted, the transformation of summer heat is followed by late constriction and conquering Qi, leading to unexpected flourishing of grass and trees. People then tend to have chill, fever, nasal obstruction and sneeze, brittle hair and dry skin, withered nails. If severe, they will have panting, cough and dyspnea, and sorrow. Heat transformation is distributing, dry transformation fails to execute, vigorous cool air fails to prevail and lung is susceptible to diseases. When current Taiyang cannot be promoted, cold Qi in winter is abnormally prevalent in the coming spring and killing frost precedes cold ice. When sunshine dominates again, the biting cold air disappears and the white fog and clouds will appear in due time. People then tend to have warm diseases, stuffy throat and dry pharynx, vexation and thirst, and panting with wheeze. The cold transformation is waiting for dry Qi to subside so as to govern heavenly Qi, and otherwise the order will be disturbed and bring disasters to people. Emperor, with regard to the early and late promotion, you've explained them. Now, I'd like to know about abdication, and shall I understand it? Kaibo, the so-called unabdication means that the days for heavenly Qi to govern have not yet expired, i.e., having its residual days, called as administration or as governing heavens again, in which the Qi governs the heavens as before and one T abdicate. When Juin doesn't T abdicate, big gales come early, there is no falling of the dew rain and no damp transformation. People then tend to have epidemic diseases, disability, wind diseases, pain of all limbs and joints, headache, eye pain, hidden heat with internal vexation, and dry throat with desire for water. When Yin doesn't abdicate, warm Qi will appear in transition between winter and spring, insects will emerge early from hibernation and there will be early growth of grass and trees. People then tend to have heat in diaphragm, dry pharynx, bleeding, fright, reddish and dripping urine, blood tumor, sores and lingering toxin. When Taiyin doesn't abdicate, irregular cold and heat, dust spreading dimly and damp transformation lingering will be seen. People then tend to have flaccidity of forelimbs, anorexia, acute diarrhea, stranguria, abdominal fullness, cold feet and shank, impotence, constipation, urinary incontinence or frequent urination. When Shaoyang doesn't abdicate, there will appear heat rising in spring, late summer heat transformation, no freezing in warm winter, no freezing of flowing water, and insects emerging from hibernation. People then tend to have short breath, alternative chill and fever, blood stool, feverish feeling in the upper, hard fullness in the lower abdomen, and reddish urine and bleeding if severe. When Yang Ming doesn't abdicate, there will appear cool qi in spring, later flourishing of grass and trees, and intermittent chill and fever. People then tend to have vomiting, acute diarrhea, anorexia, dry feces, flaccidity of forelimbs, blurred vision and vertigo. When Taiyang doesn't abdicate, there will be cool qi of the spring appearing in the summer, cold hailstones falling, heavy and dim atmosphere and lingering cold in the second position. People then tend to have impediment and reversal syndromes, impotence, urinary incontinence, pain of the waist and knees and later prevalence of the worm diseases. Emperor, there is early or later heaven, governing qi, and I know them now. I'd like to know the change of earth, governing qi, and shall I understand it? Kaibo, if there is no advancement of promotion, ascending and abdication among three earth, governing qi, it will correspond to earth, governing transformation with loss of due transformation of all the things. Emperor, I have heard that there are two first est systems of the heavens and the earth as well as shi heavenly stems and shi earthly branches, in which the upper and lower integrate mutually to administer nature, shifting the position and losing the due position, and shall I understand them? Kaibo, through overlapping the due position, the sixth qi reaches the right position but cannot execute its normal role, leading to disorder in 4 seasons and great pestilence. It is said in secret words as mysterious pearls that in the 30 yang years, except for 6 years with mutual restraining, there are 24 remaining excessive years, that is, except for the 6 years, the other years are all regarded as excessive ones. Otherwise the current shifting qi into the due position is all regarded as deficient years. Supposing in the year of the first est yang, earth, phase qi is inhibited severely, if the previous year marked with the 10th th has more days to govern, the current year has reached the position with the first est but Jueyin is still governing the heavens, so that earthly qi has been promoted and Yang Ming is at the position of the earth with previous Shaoyang as right interval qi. Then, Jueyin lingers in the heavens while Yang Ming is in the earth, both of which will be not in harmony. When the 10th meets the 6th, the earth phase should have excessive, but it is dominated by the wood and isn't excessive, so, how can it be regarded as too excessive earthly phase? Moreover, the greater gong shouldn't be inhibited too much, so that when the wood phase dominates the earth, the metal phase will retaliate, followed by shui yin. Thus wood domination like fire and metal retaliation is mild, and finally the year of 1st and 6th lose the role, which will turn into the earth, pestilence later in the year of 4th th or sooner in the year of 3rd rd. The earth, pestilence will come, the scale and severity of which depend on the heavens and the earth as well as the universe. Concisely supposing in the year of the first est, since the first is harmonized with the est, it can shift and govern the heavens. Then Yang Ming in the current year of the 6th th hasn't been promoted while Shaoyang in the previous year of the 5th rd hasn't abdicated, leading to disharmony between the first and the new th and no excess of the earth phase. Moreover, wood qi seizes the opportunity to dominate the earth while the metal qi again retaliates, turning into the evil qi contrarily. Therefore, there is great difference of yin-yang changes between the heavens and the earth, whose scale and severity are determined by the law of the nature as usual. Supposing in the yang year of the third THIRD with excess if the previous year of the second RND has more days to govern, the current year has reached the phase of third THIRD but Taiyin is still governing the heavens. Earthly Qi has been promoted with Jueyin at earth, governing position and with Taiyang as right interval Qi, so that Taiyin lingers in the heavens while Jueyin is in the earth, in which the earth doesn't respect the transformation of heavens. Thus, the second meets the eighth, the water phase is too deficient and dominated by the earth reversely, which isn't excessive, equally, the tone of greater U is in discord with Teju. Hence, the domination of the earth results in the rain transformation with wood retaliation as wind, in which the third and the eighth lose the due position and harmony, which will turn into water, pestilence emerging in 3 years, later in the year of the sixth th or sooner in the year of the fifth th, and even its emergence is rapid if severe and slow if mild, and its scale and severity depend on the heavens and the earth as well as the universe. Concisely supposing in the year of the third THIRD, the third meets the THIRD to shift and govern the heavens, then the eighth th hasn't been promoted while the seventh th as Taiyang hasn't abdicated, leading to disharmony of the third and the eighth. That is, the water phase is less deficient but has slight domination or some retaliation, which will turn into the epidemic diseases termed as water, leprosy, whose manifestation is similar to the water pestilence. Its treatment is the same as the above. Supposing in the yang year of the seventh th with excess if the previous year of the sixth th has more days to govern, the current year has reached the position of the seventh th but Yang Ming is still governing the heavens. Earthly Qi has been promoted but Taiyin lingers in the earth with Shaiyin as right interval Qi. Then Yang Ming lingers in the heavens but Taiyin is in the earth, in which the earth doesn't respect the heavens. When the second meets the sixth, the metal phase is too deficient so as to be dominated by the earth reversely, which isn't excessive, equally, the tone of greater Sheng is in discord with Guxi. The fire domination results in heat transformation that triggers the retaliation of cold water, in which the year of the second and seventh lose their functions and in 3 years turn into metal, pestilence. The pestilence will emerge sooner in the year of the ninth th and later in the 10th th, and the scale and severity depend on the heavens and the earth as well as the universe. Concisely supposing in the year of the seventh th, the seventh meet the th to shift and govern the heavens, then in the earth the second th hasn't been promoted while Shaiyin in the previous year of the first th hasn't abdicated, in which the second and the seventh aren't in harmony. That is, in the second th, the soft Qi in the earth isn't harmonized with the hard Qi in the heavens, leading to slight deficiency and finally slight domination or no retaliation afterwards. In 3 years, it turns into the epidemic diseases termed metal, pestilence, and its manifestation is similar to the metal, pandemic diseases. Its treatment is the same as above. Supposing in the yang year of the ninth th with excess if the previous year of the eighth th has more days to govern, the current year has reached the phase of the ninth th but Jueyin is still governing the heavens, in which earthly qi has been promoted as yang ming in the earth with shui yin in the year of the third 9th as the right interval qi. Then, Zhu lingers in the heavens while yang ming is in the earth, in which the earth doesn't respect the heavens. When the fourth meets the eighth, the wood phase is too deficient so as to be dominated by the metal earth reversely, which isn't too excessive. Equally, the tone of Rubin is in discord with greater Ju. The domination of the dry metal results in the fire transformation with heat retaliation, which occurs sooner if severe, and more slowly if mild. The scale and severity of the pestilence depend on the heavens and the earth as well as the universe. Concisely supposing in the 9th year, it shifts and governs the heavens, then earthly qi in the 4th year hasn't been promoted while in the earth the 3rd Shao Yang hasn't abdicated, indicating disharmony between the 4th and 9th. That is, the soft earthly branch loses the hardness from the heavenly stem, leading to slight deficiency of wood phase with slight domination and slight retaliation. In 3 years, it turns into the epidemic diseases termed wood pestilence, whose manifestation is similar to the wind pestilence. Its treatment is the same as above. Supposing in the yang year of the 5th with excess if the previous year of the 4th is too excessive, the current year reaches the phase of 5th but Taiyin is lingering in the position of heaven, governing while earthly qi has been promoted as Jueyin in the earth, and the previous year of 9th as Taiyin abdicates to the right interval. That is, the 4th is in the heavens while the 10th is in the earth, in which the earth doesn't respect the heavens. When the 4th meets the 10th, the fire phase is too deficient so as to be dominated by the water, indicating not too excessive. Equally, the tone of Yis is in discord with greater Ji, indicating that the 5th and 10th lose their functions in the due position. In 3 years, it turns into pestilence and will emerge sooner in the 5th or 10th year. The scale and severity of the pestilence depend on the heavens and the earth as well as the universe. Concisely supposing in the 5th year, when the 5th meets the 9th to shift and govern, the 10th hasn't been promoted in the earth while in the earth the 9th Taiyan hasn't abdicated, indicating the disharmony between 5th and 10th. That is, the soft heavenly stem of the 10th loses the hardness, by which the fire phase is slightly deficient with slight domination or has no retaliation. In 3 years, it turns into the epidemic diseases termed the fire pestilence. The treatment is the same as above, and the diseases can be treated with cold and discharging therapy. Yellow Emperor, for anyone with deficient healthy qi, when heavenly qi is insufficient, the human body will lose mental qi and the spirit is scattered, while the evil qi can invade the body leading to sudden death. Shall I know about it? Kaibo, human body has 5 solid viscera, and if any one of them is insufficient and coincides with heaven's deficiency, it will cause evil to come. It coincides with Shui Yin governing the heavens with its insufficient heavenly qi and then Taiyin as the interval qi comes. It indicates the deficiency of heavenly qi and is summed up as both human qi and heavenly qi deficiency. Concisely with fright and being deprived of the essence, sweat is produced from heart to develop triple deficiency, indicating that spirit loses its place. Heart is an organ serving as the chief of all, from which the spirit originates. If losing its place, the spirit will be wandering between the 2 brows and the brain. Since the spirit loses its place, the mental light is scattering, and if meeting insufficient fire, there appears black, ghost pestilence causing sudden death. Improper diet and overstrain will damage spleen, which happens in the year when Taiying governs the heavens with insufficient qi, in which Shaoyang comes as interval qi, indicating the deficiency, and this is summed up as deficiency of both human and the heavens. Concisely, with much satiety, sweat originates from stomach, and with intercourse after being drunk, sweat originates from spleen, which pertains to triple deficiency and causes loss of spleen spirit. Spleen is an organ serving as remonstrator, from which the thoughtful wisdom comes. The spirit loses its place and the mental light loses its position and is scattered, which meets the insufficiency in the year of the 6th or the 1st or in the year of Taiying deficiency. There appears green ghost pestilence causing sudden death. Sitting on wet ground for long or overstraining in water will damage kidney. Kidney serves as an organ for powerful action, from which the elaborate functions come. Due to triple deficiency, the kidney spirit loses its place, the mind loses its function and mental light is scattered, which meets the insufficiency in the year of the 8th with neither yearly identification nor heaven's identification, nor in the year of the 3rd with losing the place, and nor in the year of deficiency of Taiying heavens, governing. There will be the yellow ghost pestilence causing sudden death. When a man is angry, qi will ascend reversely and cannot descend, which can damage liver. Concisely happening in the year of Jui in heaven, governing with insufficient heavenly qi and with Shaiyin arrival as interval qi, it is called deficiency of heavenly qi, summed up as deficiency of both the heavens and human. Concisely, with scurrying away and a feeling of horror, sweat originates from liver. Liver is an organ serving as general, from which the deliberation comes. If the spirit loses its place, the mental light is scattered. If concisely in the year of wood insufficiency, or with the 4th stem having no identification, or with the 9th stem losing the place, or with the deficiency of Jui in heaven, governing, there will be white ghost pestilence causing sudden death. The 5 types of spirit, losing mentioned above are caused by deficiency of both heavenly qi and human qi, and as a result their organ spirit will wander and lose its place. Then there will be 5 deadly ghost pestilence to attack people and cause sudden death, termed sudden reversal death. If a human violates the 5 solid viscera with their positions, the spirit light cannot be perfect. Under this condition, not only ghost pestilence but all evils attacking people are caused by the spirit losing. It is believed that spirit keeping its place results in survival, while spirit losing its place results in death. Equally, maintaining spirit results in vitality while losing spirit results in death.